Chapter 11. 11.1. Evelyn, Maria, Dasha. In 2013, my granddaughter Evelyn graduated from high school and enrolled at the University of Austin. But there was a specific condition. She should study her first year at the University of San Antonio. That's it. Our girl has grown up. Now she will live in a dormitory on her own. It was the first time without parental custody. The only good thing was that her school friend was with her. A dormitory was corridor type with 2 rooms in the box, separated by a bathroom, which was used by residents of both chambers. Maria still lived in Austin with her father. At this time, she had already completed 9 grades and moved on to the 10th. Everything was going well for her. At the school where she studied, there were many different groups for interest. Maria chose a group that trained young people as reserve officers for the Army, ROTC, her body solidly built, so she was attracted to such activities. In the group, she had authority and was one step away from the position of commander. You could see how proud she was of her achievements. Dasha decided to return to the university and finish her education. Before that, she had studied in bits and pieces, first at Brennan in college, when they lived in Hempstead, then at the university in Austin. And now the girls have grown up. Dasha had the opportunity to get an education finally. She began to take her studies seriously. Now she didn't have to be pushed around like in the old school days. When Evelyn moved to San Antonio, Dasha no longer needed 2-bedroom apartments and moved to 1-bedroom apartments in the same complex. Their relationship with Michael had gone cold, and no wonder. So many years of living apart do not help strengthen the family. They continued to maintain the semblance of a family, meeting on weekends, on holidays and going to visit Michael's relatives together. At the same time, Dasha met a man. They met at one of the performances at the theater. Dasha still was a young woman, and it is clear that she was hungry for love. He was 20 years older and had spent most of his life abroad, working in high positions. For some reason, Dasha always attracted to older men. She said she was interested in a man if she could learn something from him. She was no longer interested in Michael. The children grew up. Earlier, all their communications were about the needs of children, but now there was less of it. Besides, Michael was a pathologically greedy person, and because of this, they often had quarreled. All this contributed to their distance from each other. In the same year, several other sad events occurred. Olya died in New York, my former neighbor in Lvov, with whom we practically grew up on the same street. She had been suffering from high blood pressure for several years, and once she had an attack. Her son was at work, and when he returned home, Olya was already dead. I found out about it many months later. And in the same year, autumn, Anatoly Nikolaevich passed away as well. I couldn't get over it. It seemed that this could not be true. His death was a big surprise. He had a lot of unfinished projects, and without him, his business was kind of orphaned. Some time ago, I thought that if something happens to Anatoly Nikolaevich, will someone be able to continue his work? I was right. After his death, his center in Stavropol ceased to exist. It is good that he managed to pass the technology of making harmonizers to his cousin, and I have a pyramid, and I continue his business. It's a pity that such smart people die so quickly. 11.2. Work in a new company. Trip to Ecuador. 2 weeks before the new year, the company warned me that I was going to be laid off. It happened again. The old story. It was not the first time I have heard this phrase. Unfortunately, we don't have any more work for you. An unpleasant phrase, but unfortunately, this is a frequent occurrence here. The first week I lived through, but I'm a fighter by nature, and after celebrating the new year, I corrected my resume and started looking for a job. A few months later, in May, I found a job at a company named Foster Wheeler. It is also an engineering company and is engaged in projects in the oil and gas sector. They hired me for a project for ConocoPhillips. They developed formations by horizontal drilling. This was something new for me, but I'm used to studying something new all the time. The company located in a 12-story building. The building was bright and spacious, designed according to the new rules of office buildings. All the space on the floor occupied by cubes, which are arranged in orderly rows, like the streets, and numbered. In each cube, the worker had everything he needs to work with. There are huge windows on the whole wall and only a few separate office rooms, mostly for managers. There was a lot of light and air. Our team for this project located on the 4th floor. As an exercise, I tried to use the stairs instead of the elevator. At the entrance was an automatic electronic system for recording arrivals and departures. It was convenient. If you need to be absent during the day for some hours, you can catch these hours at other times. Your neighbors do not need to spy on you and inform the authorities. You can regulate your work week. At lunchtime, I could go out to the small lake next to the building or walk along the street. In general, I liked everything about this company. At the end of June, Michael and Maria were planning to go to Ecuador. A few years ago, Michael and his cousin Todd together bought a farm in the rainforest of Ecuador. Todd has been living in Ecuador for a long time. He moved there almost immediately after graduating from university. At that time, the government of Ecuador was implementing a program to improve the lives of local people in the forests, laying water pipes and hauling power lines. To my surprise, nomadic tribes still live there in the rainforest. The government of Ecuador needed specialists for this purpose. Todd was attracted to the fact that the government promised to pay off half of his student loan. He liked to be there and decided to settle there after the end of the project. He had no money of his own to buy land, so he offered Michael a share. Michael has been to Ecuador several times. Dasha was there once. Todd got married that same year and started building a house there in the woods on his property. He married late, though he was about Michael's age. Finding a wife who could share his lifestyle was not so easy. It was the last hope. His wife is from a family of preachers who travel all over the world. Once, they lived in the wild of Africa, also in the forest, and so this woman was used to this way of life. As a woman, she was utterly unattractive, all blurry and awkward, even though she was not yet 40. Todd, on the other hand, was well-built, muscular, and rather attractive. He probably wouldn't have noticed this woman under any other circumstances, but in his case, there was no choice. I also wanted to see this country, and I asked Michael to take me with them. Especially since Maria wanted to go home in a week and Michael was going to stay there for another week. I thought it would be more fun to go back together. Dasha took us to the airport in Houston. The car was loaded to the brim. Our thing. Michael was carrying another bag of saplings, and a lot of things were handed over by the parents of Todd's wife. On the way to the airport, I had to be a little nervous. 2 lanes were closed due to an accident. We were worried that we might not make the plane on time. But everything somehow turned out, and we arrived at the airport as planned. There was also a misunderstanding at the registration. They mixed up our things with other luggage and almost left our luggage with someone else's tags. We had to pay extra for every second bag, but it wasn't my problem, it was Michael's. At passport control, Maria and I were given a free pass, the privilege of a random set, but they found a bottle of water in my bag, which I accidentally forgot, and Maria had a hair curler. All this was taken away from us. The airplane took off on time. It was a 5-hour and 30-minute flight to Quito, the capital of Ecuador. Now airline companies don't feed you even at that distance. It's good that we ate before that. The steady hum of the aircraft relaxed and the eyes closed of their own accord. At some point, I opened my eyes. It was already dark outside the window, and only in the distance to the right could see the red stripes of the setting sun, and ahead of them, thunderclouds were moving in, with lightning flaring in them. The plane started to shake. It was a little creepy, but we safely bypassed this storm front. Capitan announced that we were approaching Quito, and the aircraft was descending. I looked out the window and saw a lot of lights below us. From above, the whole city is like on a palm. Quito stretches from north to south in a narrow strip between gorges. At passport control, we stuck for a long time. There was a long queue. After getting the stamp in the passport and getting the entire luggage, we went to the arrival area and saw Todd and his wife among the greeters. We loaded our belongings into the van that Todd had ordered and drove to Quito, which was about an hour's drive from the airport. During it, I listened to my feelings. Quito, located at an altitude of 3 kilometers above sea level. Naturally, the air is more rarefied, and the atmospheric pressure is 25% lower than usual. But it seems that my body reacts to these changes normally, and even at some point, there was a feeling of euphoria. We were going to spend the night in Quito. We arrived in the central part of the city. This is the oldest part of the city. The streets are narrow and go under a large slope. Driving in these conditions is not easy. It was probably after 1 o'clock in the morning when we arrived at the apartment where we were going to spend the night. The apartment was on the 7th floor, without an elevator. Todd carried my suitcase on his shoulders, moving easily up the steps. I could barely drag myself. The heart was ready to burst out of my chest. This was not just the 7th floor of an ordinary house, but the 14th. In this building, the apartment ceilings were almost twice as high. We finally reached the 7th floor. Michael spent the night in another building across the street, and Todd and his wife drove to the south side of town, where they rented cheap accommodations. The night in the new place was almost sleepless. I haven't been able to sleep well in my new place lately. The next morning, Michael had business at the immigration department. He should open a bank account in Ecuador, and this was not possible on a tourist visa. He needed a completely different type of visa, and therefore he had to go to the immigration department. We went with him. We went down the street where we had stopped for the night, and then we got on the bus and went in the right direction. Quito has a lot of public transport and taxis. There were a lot of empty seats on the bus. I looked out the window with interest. We were driving towards the northern part of the city. The northern part of the town is flatter and built up with modern buildings with wide avenues, squares, and parks. This part is very different from the old, central part of the city with narrow streets that raise the mountain. There are a lot of people and cars on the roads. I couldn't stop wondering why there were so many cars in poor Ecuador. The immigration department was packed with people eager to get a residence permit in Ecuador. These were people from Cuba and other countries in South and Central America. It turns out that Ecuador is not so bad compared to other countries. The primary language is Spanish, so Michael had to speak to the officer through an interpreter. The interpreter was Todd, who was already fluent in the language. After several hours of waiting and talking with the officer, Michael handed in his documents, and we could use the remaining time for ourselves. The main attraction of the city was, of course, the equator, its zero parallel. It was interesting to realize that you can stand with one foot in the northern hemisphere and the other in the southern hemisphere. But this is only an imaginary line. The equator itself, as explained by our tour guide, is a strip, 24 kilometers wide. In the same place where we arrived, there is an ethnographic museum of the first settlers and residents of Ecuador. We looked at everything with great interest and listened to the course guide. We felt that we were hungry, and we found a restaurant here on the equator. I can't say that this food was any different from the usual food, not on the equator. I'm joking, of course. It was late in the evening when we stopped at a supermarket and bought food. We should leave to the farm tomorrow morning. We spent another night in Quito. Our landlady came to Ecuador more than 20 years ago for work from the United States and settled in this country. She lived alone and made a living by renting out apartments to farmers who came to Quito on business. The next morning, about 10 o'clock in the morning, Todd with his wife came to pick us and we went to the farm. The already familiar minibus was loaded to the brim. It was a long road ahead. On the way, we bought a mosquito net and rubber boots. Finally, the town was left behind, and the road began to turn into a twisted. Mountains on all sides surrounded the road. It is worth noting that although Quito is a high-altitude city, it lies as if in a valley and all the smog from overflowing transport is locked between the mountains and settles down, so the city does not feel this high-altitude healing air. This road ran through several small towns. In one of them, we stopped to eat. Then the road continues to the sea, but we had to take a side road. This was no longer an asphalt road, but a dirt road. I thought the farm was nearby, but it turned out that we still have an hour and a half to go. The road was narrow. It seemed that it was impossible to separate from an oncoming car, but everyone somehow parted. In my mind, I would never have agreed to live in such a remote place. But I had no idea what lay ahead. At last, our exhausting journey was over, and we came to the barely visible path that led up to the farm. We unloaded our luggage from the car, changed shoes into boots, and dragged all the things a little up from the road. Then we picked up something light and started walking up the path in a single file. The path was slick from the recent rain, full of potholes. The humid tropics were making themselves felt. I was sweating all over and breathing like a steam train. However, the road kept going up. Turn after turn on the forest path. There was only one thought in my head. When will it all end? Everything in this life ends at some point. So this path finally led us to our final destination. A house in the middle of a tropical forest. The house was two-storied, wooden, and as in a fairy tale about Baba Yaga without windows and doors. I went into the house, sat down, and thought I wouldn't catch my breath. The humid tropics enveloped me on all sides. It was a little scary. But gradually, my breathing began to return to normal. I began to breathe easier and calmed down. But our men still had a lot of work to do. They should carry all the things on their shoulders. It got dark very quickly. The sun on the equator sets early at 6:30 in the evening, and immediately it was pitch dark. Our men took flashlights and continued to bring bales of things. They dove off into the darkness from time to time, and then emerged with their packs on their shoulders. There was no electricity, water, or toilet in the house. All the amenities were on the outside and in the bushes. Angie, that's the name of Tad's wife, lit the candles, which made the darkness even more dense and tangible. On the ground floor, there was a small kitchen, a storage room, and a large dining room. The bedrooms were on the second floor. Perhaps 5 hours later, all the luggage was brought into the house, and our men were able to catch their breath. Yes. I can't imagine how you can live in such conditions. Todd is going to grow fruit trees on the farm. In my mind, it looked like a large space where rows of fruit trees planted. But in reality, between the tall shrubbery and the wild trees, Todd clears a small space and plants fruit trees. The grass there grows incredibly fast, very humid climate, and it must be constantly mowed. This is a Sisyphean work. There is no wide road to the house. They have no transport and have to carry everything on their shoulders. But Todd likes it all. He always wanted to live in the tropics, in nature. He is an excellent specialist in his field, is passionate about the plant world, and can talk for hours about those exotic trees and fruits that grow only in the local conditions. Maria and I shared a bed under a mosquito net. I could not adapt to the new conditions. I tossed and turned and prevented her from sleeping. She even began to grumble at me. Outside, it began to rain. It was drumming loudly on the roof, and there were strange sounds from the woods at night. It was like sleeping in the middle of a forest in an open space. That apartment in Quito now seemed like a posh place to live in compared to this house on the farm. It rained all night. As soon as dawn broke, I heard some sounds coming from the first floor. It was Angie and Todd who were doing some work in the house. I was wide awake. I went for washing and everything else outside the house. Todd and Michael went to a nearby farm to pick up some food and put others in the refrigerator. In this house, no electricity yet. Maria joined them. The rain had stopped, but it was still dripping, and the sky was still gray with clouds. After breakfast, the men went to work mowing weeds. Angie did something in the kitchen, and I didn't want to get wet in the rain, so I decided to make some travel notes. The house stood in a rainforest. There was a small cleared area around the house, where Todd planted fruit trees, and tall palm trees grew around it, through which you could not see the space at all. The weeds were so high and large that they could be used as umbrellas. Todd showed us and gave a taste of unusual fruit. It was a small seed. You put it under your tongue and taste buds change. Lemon can be eaten as sweet fruit. It doesn't feel like acid at all. This property can be used by people with diabetes to make drinks without sugar. I slept better the next night. I decided to use the device harmonizer, which I now always take on trips. The rain stopped. It was a warm sunny morning, and we decided to give up all work and go to rest on the river. It's impossible to clear the rainforest. Now we had to go down the same path. The trail is a little dry after yesterday's rain, but in some spots was a mess of mud. I held Michael's hand as I descended. I was afraid of slipping and breaking something. Then it would be a big problem for relatives. The path led us to the road. It was easier to walk now. We reached the fork. There the construction of the upper road and the bridge over the river began. The fact is that a hydroelectric power station will be built near these places, which will provide electricity to local farms. Unfortunately, the water level in the river will rise and flood the nearby lowlands and the lower road. We went down to the river by a very steep path. In some places, we had to go down almost using buttocks. The water in the river was clear and quite cold. Todd lamented that with the construction of the dam, all the sewage from Quito would flow into this river, and it would lose its purity. After swimming in the river, Todd suggested going on an X-tour to a nearby farm. He said that this farm is 20 years old. I expected to see this farm in perfect order, but alas, I saw the same rainforest. However, this farm had electricity, and the house better equipped. We met the farmer's wife. The farmer himself was away. These people grow and sell exotic fruit seeds. Todd said it's a profitable business. Their children grew up and went to the city. They were no more interested in the farm than in monetary support. I have seen the farmer's wife, a short woman, fragile, as they say, skin and bones. She recently had cancer, but it seems that the treatment was successful. It is a surprise. Clean air, good food, you can say a healthy lifestyle and oncology. So it turns out that this disease does not depend on this. But then, from what? It was the 3rd of July, the eve of American independence, and my last day on the farm. Tomorrow we go back to Quito, and the next day I fly to Houston. Maria changed mind and decided to stay with Michael for another week in Ecuador. We decided to celebrate the holiday tonight. Angie's parents sent all the traditional holiday paraphernalia in the package. Tablecloth with the American flag, disposable plates, napkins, flags. Angie made hamburgers and cake. While all this was being prepared, evening came, candles were lit, and darkness immediately surrounded us. I was glad that this was my last evening and night in this strange house. I have never been subject to depression, but I suddenly felt that if I stayed for a few more days, I would start depression. It seemed that in this forest, I seemed to be locked in something limited, where there is no open space. No, no. Get out of here quickly. It rained again very heavily during the night. I fell asleep with thinking. Tomorrow it would be very slippery to walk on the path. As I expected, the path was very slippery, it was very uncomfortable to walk, and I held on to Maria's hand to keep from falling. All this way, Maria tried to prick me by saying that this trip was not for me. Since she moved in with her father in Austin, she's been very distant from me. The thread of connection we had with her in her childhood was broken. She's grown up and changed a lot. It was as if she had closed herself in some kind of shell from the world. She was irritated with all the questions, actions. In general, that cute sociable girl disappeared, and a prickly teenager appeared. The path ended. We went out to the road, and soon our driver arrived in a minibus. The return trip was uneventful, except that the police stopped our car and our driver demanded an accompanying sheet for a group of tourists, which were us. $10 replaced this sheet, and we drove on. Traffic police. There are traffic police in Ecuador, too. This time we stayed at Jean's apartment, where Michael had spent the night before leaving for the farm. Our previous mistress was away somewhere, and Jean had spare beds. Jean, too, came to Ecuador from England many years ago, worked as an ex-course teacher in Quito, and stayed in this city. Her apartment was also on the 6th floor and in a building without an elevator. The apartment was large, and the owner rented it out to farmers who came to the capital on business. Classical music was constantly playing in the apartment. Apparently, Jean was a big fan of this music. Michael, Todd, and Angie went to the immigration department to get the Michael's passport with a permanent visa for Ecuador. They even managed to stop by the bank to fill out an application for opening an account. Here in Ecuador, opening a bank account is a lengthy bureaucratic procedure. In the evening, we went to a restaurant in Central Square. Returning to the apartment was a big challenge for me. Up the street and then up the stairs. Generally, I breathed like a locomotive. How do these two women live? They have to go out every day. And as you get older, it's harder and harder to do it. I washed with barely warm water. The bed was obviously not freshly made. The landlady was already in her room, sleeping. I didn't bother her, and put my dressing gown on the pillow and covered myself with the small blanket I'd brought with me for the trip. This bed cost me $10. The next day was Saturday. My flight was late in the evening, and I had a whole free day. Michael also had business with a bank in Quito. He had to stay in Quito until Tuesday, so he and Maria were not going back to the farm until the following week. Angie and Todd also had some business in Quito. In general, the whole Saturday day was at our disposal. The hostess gave us breakfast. When Todd and his wife came over, we all started to decide where to go and what to see in Quito. When such a large group of 5 people, it is difficult to take into account all the interests. Someone wanted to go to the cable car and climb to the hot springs, but I just wanted to walk around the city center, go to museums. Finally, we decided to take a walk around the city. There were a lot of people in Central Square. There was some kind of demonstration, in honor of some anniversary. I didn't understand much. All the slogans were in Spanish. There are around the square one after another in a circle riding the motorcycle, holding banners. There were many journalists and photographers with cameras in the crowd. We got out of the crowd and went on. There was a church in front, and not far from it stood teenage girls in beautiful white dresses. It's probably for the First Communion, I thought. On the same street was the house museum of a famous woman patron of the city of Quito. An ex-course guide told us in detail about the life of this amazing woman. For some reason, it forbidden to use the camera in the museum, and Maria kept hissing at me so that I would not take the camera in my hands. After the museum, we went further through the city. We came across a small restaurant and went into it. We weren't starving, but Todd and his wife hadn't had breakfast yet. Michael and I ordered something for us, but Maria refused to eat. She was in a very bad mood for some reason. She didn't like walking around the city at all. There was little choice of food for Angie. Besides, she was not at all attractive as a woman. She also had allergies to many products. Miracle in feathers, as I mentally dubbed her. I had no contact with her either. We had different energy at all. And she and Todd was too unsuitable a couple. But to do her justice, I don't think any other woman would want to live in such conditions. Looking ahead a little, they have been together for 4 years, and she has already given birth to 3 children, 2 girls and a boy. About 2 years after my trip, they finally got an electric line. Now they don't have to light candles in the evenings. With the advent of electricity, and there were some amenities, but still raise small children in such conditions. It requires heroic efforts. It will be very interesting when children grow up. Will children want to live in such a wilderness? We'll see, time will tell. After the restaurant, we went to the local entertainment center. It used to be a bus terminal, but now it is a recreation area. Inside the large room, an interactive map of Ecuador displayed on the floor. Todd even managed to find a place on the map where their farm located. It was late in the afternoon when we returned to our apartment. Todd and his wife went somewhere on business. I reached the 4th floor and saw there the playground. It was interesting that not in the courtyard, but on the level of the 4th floor. There were several swings, and the platform itself was surrounded by a barrier so that you could not accidentally fall down. There was no one on the platform at the time. I did not want to sit in the apartment, and I decided to stay in the fresh air. There was still a long time before my departure. The weather was cool, with clouds hanging over the mountains in the distance, and the sun and clouds mingling over the city. In the evening, through the dark city, Todd, his wife, and Michael escorted me to the airport. We were traveling on an almost empty bus. Angie followed her husband everywhere, never leaving him alone. She was afraid he might be stolen from her. We said goodbye at the check-in. I said a warm goodbye to Todd, but his wife didn't even come to me. She was standing some distance away. I wanted to thank her, but I didn't. Fail. We still dislike each other. We can't always be on good terms with everyone. At midnight, my plane took off. 5 hours later, I was in Houston. So my trip to Ecuador ended the most extreme trip to the edge of the rainforest, forest paths, and houses without windows and doors. Based on the materials of this trip, I made a video, which I sometimes review and can hardly believe that it was all with me. 11.3. Vacation in Cancun. The week-long trip was over, and I had to go back to normal life. It's always difficult. Life went on as usual. Evelyn completed her academic year at the University of San Antonio and transferred to the University of Austin. It was a long drive from Cedar Park, where the house was, so she found a place in a university dorm. She had a room in a 4-room apartment, with a separate bathroom and a shared kitchen. In addition to her, 3 other girls lived in this apartment. This was a convenient location since it was possible to walk to the campus. Maria also went to a new school. She was transferred almost at the end of the school year, sometime in early April. The parents should move her because of trouble which rose in her previous school. I already wrote that she attended the officer training group for service in the United States Air Force. She is a tall and physically strong girl. She liked it. I remember once we went to the final annual meeting of this group, where Maria and others were awarded certificates for success. I remember how happy and proud she was. In the group, she had authority and even claimed to be promoted to an officer's position. And suddenly everything changed. I don't know the details, but as I understand, someone in the group wrote something not proper to the other student and sent it all out by email. There were several signatures, including Maria's, although she insisted that she was not involved in this. The trial at the school began. Those who wrote were severely condemned. Maria was turned away by her former friends. She was left alone and felt that they betrayed her. It was a big shock, and she broke down. She was depressed. She dropped out of school, could sleep all day. Michael, at morning, leaves for work, and she would drive to the nearest store, buy all sorts of stuff, and consume it all in incredible quantities. From this entire, she began to gain weight rapidly. In general, something was wrong with the girl. Michael could not find a common language with her and only scolded her for failing, and Dasha lived in another city, though not very far, but not closes. Dasha tried to go to Austin once every 2 weeks, but this was not enough to understand what was happening to her daughter. Until one day, during one of these visits, Maria said over breakfast that she was looking for pages on the internet where she can find information on how to kill herself. That's when Dasha and Michael realized that everything is much more serious than they expected. They immediately decided to transfer her to another school. Dasha from friends knew about one of the private schools, and without waiting for the end of the year, Maria moved to that private school. There were very few students in the class, and so the combined efforts of teachers, parents, and her adjusted the material that she had missed. She finished the year with satisfactory results. And Evelyn got a job at a children's camp near Austin for the entire summer. The girls grew up quickly. Day after day passed, the summer passed. It was my birthday at the end of September. A very solid date, we will not say how much. My friend, Rita's birthday, is on the same day, but she's 6 years younger than me. Somehow it already happened. We celebrate this day together. This time, Rita offered to gather guests at her house. All our friends are here. They had to congratulate 2 birthday women at once. It was noisy and fun. In the following year, 2015, there were no unusual changes. The girls studied and, in their spare time, worked part-time in the store. In the United States, it is customary for students to combine work and study. It's not a lot of money, but it's your own. Dasha still lived in the same apartment complex in Houston. She worked at a bank and, at the same time, studied at the university. I'm in the same house outside of Houston. My daughter did not want to live with me. It was far to go to work, and probably thought to establish her personal life somehow. Her relationship with Michael had become a semblance of a family relationship. After all, no matter what you say, love is like a fire. If you don't throw wood on it in time, it goes out. It is impossible to live so many years apart and think that you have a strong love relationship. Michael was wrong about that. He hid his head in the sand like an ostrich and thought that everything in their family was okay. There was no longer family but only an appearance. To keep your family together, you need to work on this, and it is a challenging job. But unfortunately, not everyone understands this. My job was fine so far, but there were rumors that our main project with ConocoPhillips would be shut down due to the fall in the oil price. The cuts started. In June, Ina was laid off. She worked as a designer on the project. She came to the USA from Kiev. I met her last year when I joined the company. We discussed the problems that arose in Ukraine in connection with the removal of President Yanukovych, the Maidan, Russia's seizure of Crimea, and the beginning of hostilities in Donetsk and Luhansk. Donetsk and Luhansk declared themselves independent republics that are fighting for the freedom of the Russian-speaking population from Ukrainization. But in fact, it was an ingenious plan of the Russian President Putin to split Ukraine and prevent it from joining the European Union. Putin thought that it would be as easy with the Donbass as with the Crimea, but it did not work out, and there is still unrest in the Donbass. These areas until now in limbo, and not in Russia, and not in Ukraine. My daughter and I have lived in Donetsk for more than 5 years. Donetsk is a big and sunny city in the summer. The residents mostly spoke Russian. There were only 2 Ukrainian schools in the multi-million cities. So, is the oppression of the Russian-speaking population? I would very much like to see what happened to the city and to the house where we lived. There were terrible fights at the airport, and the Putilovsky Bridge was broken. This bridge not far from our neighborhood. I lost all contact with my Donetsk acquaintances and friends. As it is, I would like to know how they live there. But for now, the way there is blocked. About this, we discussed it with Ina. In Kiev, she had 2 sons with their families. Here in the USA, she earned money and sent it to them to build a house in the suburbs of Kiev. Her younger son supervised the construction of the house. After the laid off, Ina tried to find another job, but so far, nothing has worked out. Yes, here I was faced with the fact that it is easy to lose a job, but it is not so easy to find another one, especially if you are aged and not born in this country. I still had a job and tried not to think about the bad things, and in the summer, as always, I was drawn to travel. This time I decided not to go far, but to Mexico, to the most tourist and safe place, Cancun. I didn't want to go alone, so Dasha suggested to take Maria with me. I found a hotel where everything was included: accommodation, food, and in the evenings, we were entertained by various shows. The trip wasn't cheap, but I was making good money and could afford to pay for the trip for both of us. It was the first time I've been to such a resort. The hotel was excellent. The hall was decorated with beautiful paintings, furniture, and was striking in its size. Very polite staff, room, bathroom, balcony from which you can see the Azure Sea. Everything was clean, neat, and comfortable. There were several pools, restaurants, and bars on site. The most critical thing, a clean and calm sea. Near Houston, there is also a sea in Galveston, but there are always waves and dark sand. All this was mixed up, and it seems that the sea is dirty. Here, in Cancun, was calm and light sand. Cancun is a small town on the Yucatan Peninsula and located somewhat inland. The main tourist area situated on the isthmus, surrounded on both sides by the sea. This zone is called the hotel zone. In addition to recreation in the sea, there are also excursions. There I met a Russian-speaking family, and they advised me to take a tour to Eshkaret Park and stay for the evening show. One day we went to this park. Park was impressive, and this excursion well organized. Each path lined with different colored stones, which indicates the direction you need to go to get to the desired point, and a map of the route accompanies this. Maria swam in the underground river, and I went through the park to meet her at the end of the river. Along the route, there was a small zoo, strange flamingos on the lake, and ancient ruins. We spent the whole day in the park. There was something to see, and in the evening, there was a grand show. In the first half were shown the games of the ancient Mayan peoples. It was a dangerous game with fireballs. We were told about this by an ex-tour guide when we went to the pyramids. The concert ended around 10 p.m. I struck by the precise organization of transporting to the hotels. The buses were parked, and we quickly found our own. In addition to the park, we bought 2 more excursions to the pyramids of Chichen Itza and the island of Mujer. All these were very interesting excursuses. Chichen Itza. Chichen Itza. is an ancient city founded by the Mayans in the V century. The name Chichen Itza is translated from the Mayan language as well of the Mayan tribe, because there are 13 cenotes, natural wells, on the territory of the ancient city. One of them, the sacred cenote, served as a sacrifice to the rain god. In the X century, the city of Chichen Itza was captured by the Toltecs, and in 1194 the city was deserted. Why the residents left Chichen Itza is still not known. The main attraction of Chichen Itza is the Pyramid of Kukulkan, or El Castillo, translated from Spanish, castle. This 9-tiered pyramid, 24 meters high, on top of which there is a temple where sacrifices performed. The Kukulkan pyramid is symmetrical and has 4 staircases, and each staircase consists of 91 steps. If we multiply the number 91 of steps by the number of 4 stairs and add 1, the upper platform, we get the number 365, the number of days in the year. Every year at the equinox, March 20th and September 21st, a fascinating phenomenon occurs. Around 3 p.m., the sun illuminates the main staircase of the pyramid so that shadows are formed. Triangles that join together become like the tail of a snake. As the sun moves, triangles go out and form the effect of a snake crawling down. The ball field also attracts attention. This is one of the largest fields on the territory of the complex. Its length is 166 meters, width is 68 meters, and the height of the walls is 12 meters. Stone rings are fixed at the height of 8 meters. The Mayans played ball there. The game was called pot ta poke, played with a rubber ball that weighed about 4 kilograms and could only be hit with the hip. It assumed that the game ended with a sacrifice. Unlike the pyramids in Egypt, the pyramids in Mexico were not used as the tombs of rulers, but for religious rituals and sacrifices. First, to build the pyramid civilization was Omelkov, and later the Mayans. After viewing the pyramid, we went to the sacred cenote. The sacred cenote is a natural well. It is a giant circular funnel with a diameter of more than 60 meters and a depth of 50 meters. Its sheer walls, made of limestone strata, drop steeply down to the dark green water. According to the Mayans, the rain god Chak lived inside the well. The Mayans offered him human sacrifices, throwing them to the bottom of the cenote. Now, this cenote equipped for tourists who love extreme sports. Maria, of course, went to jump, and I took the camera to capture this moment. I'm scared of water. I only swim where I know I can touch the bottom at any moment. And to jump from such a height, well, it's not for me anymore. We had another excursion to the island of Mujeres, translated from Spanish as Island of Women, which located 13 kilometers from the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula. The island is about 7 kilometers long and 650 meters wide. According to the 2010 census, the population was 12,642 residents. At one end is the natural park of Garrafón, El Garrafón Natural Park, a popular place for scuba diving. On the other end is a village with shops, restaurants, hotels and Playa Norte, the most famous beach on the island. We bought a trip to the dolphinarium. This dolphinarium is famous for the fact that it is home to a large number of marine lives. The program included swimming with dolphins, feeding manatees, and socializing with sea lions. There was an interesting attraction to a kiss with a sea lion. I asked Maria about her impression of this attraction. She said she felt silky skin and a strong smell of fish. In the remaining time, we were taken to the village. Along the long street, people mostly moved on golf carts, and there were a lot of scooters and a large market for jewelry, clothing, and other things. The time came, and we have invited to board the ferry. Maria, from time to time, looked for different ways to lose weight, but her efforts were enough for a maximum of 2 weeks. So, before this trip, she just found a company that advertised exclusive products that help you lose weight. She brought these products with her and decided to take a serious look at herself. Instead of breakfast, she used some kind of powder with water. And then she runs to the fitness center. I, seeing such tenacity, was happy for her. But it didn't last long. After a few days, instead of active life, I found her more and more often sitting in the room on the bed with the computer on her lap. I tried to stir her up, and one day, probably in the heat of the moment, I said something offensive. God, what had happened to her? Her eyes darkened with rage, and she grabbed a pillow from the bed and threw it on the floor. Then she darted around the room and ran to the balcony door. This reaction scared me. I tried to calm her down. Slowly, she came to her senses, calmed down. For me, it was a lesson to be very careful what you say. I want everything to be fine for Maria so that she gets a normal body and does not feel uncomfortable. But it is impossible to do this without the will of another person. It's a pity that she doesn't have enough willpower or motivation. 11.4. Trip to Las Vegas. After returning from Cancun, we went to Austin to rent an apartment for Evelyn. Maria also decided to live with Evelyn. The apartment complex located in the area where she can use the university bus to go to university. It was very convenient. It was hard to find a parking space near the university, and Evelyn didn't have a car yet. It was also suitable for Maria. Her school was in the same area. Maria already had a driving license. Earlier, I had promised that as soon as she got her permission, I would give her my Toyota Camry and buy another one for myself. So, I did. I bought Toyota again, but this time the Corolla, which is slightly smaller than my previous one, but also very comfortable. The apartment was rented, and the girls moved in. The house in Cedar Park was empty. However, the girls came for the weekend to do laundry. But the house no longer had the same family comfort as before. So, Michael began to think about renting out or selling the house and then moving into an apartment himself. He started moving furniture out of the house. This entire staff, he moved to his parents at College Station because there was a place where all this could be placed. Michael always solved questions over his head and created problems where there were none. In September, at the invitation of friends, I flew to Las Vegas for a few days. I've lived in the USA for so many years but never been there. I've heard a lot of exciting things about this entertainment place. And now I am at the airport in Las Vegas. My friends meet me there. Rita with her husband Richard and son Stanislav. They had arrived a day earlier and already settled in the hotel. I spent 4 days there, but there were so many impressions that it felt like I had been there for a month. In Las Vegas, the main street calls the Strip, where all the hotels and casinos located. First of all, Las Vegas is a game center, and second, the architectural scale is impressive. Each hotel has different theme content. For example, the Hotel Venice. This is a massive structure with stylized Venice streets and even a canal where a gondola floats, and a gondolier performs songs in Italian. The ceiling looks like a blue sky with clouds floating on it. You get the feeling that you are wandering around the city, but all this time, you are inside the building. In the evening we went to watch the singing and dancing fountains. This is an amazing and exciting sight that cannot be described in words. You should see it. The next day, Sunday, was September 27th, my and Rita's birthday. We decided to go to the Stratosphere Hotel that evening. There was a restaurant on the 106th floor with an amazing view of the city, and also the floor of this restaurant rotates. It was a little scary to climb to such a height. But the elevator was so fast that the ascent took only 30 seconds. When we were invited to go to the restaurant, we gasped with delight and surprise. Our eyes were opened to the panorama of the city at night, sparkling with colored lights. It was incredibly beautiful. The food wasn't great, but it was all offset by the stunning view. On Monday, we went to the Grand Canyon. This is another wonder of the world. The Grand Canyon is neither the largest nor the deepest in the world. It is valued above all for its harmonious combination of size, depth, and multicolored layers of exposed rock formed over millions of years of erosion and weathering. No description can prepare a person for the scale and grandeur of this huge gorge. Stretching away as far as the eye can see a grand complex of canyons, waterfalls, caves, towers, ledges, and ravines. It seems that the Grand Canyon always looks new, and the sun and shadows from passing clouds make the rocks constantly change shades of colors in an exquisite range from black and purple-brown to pale pink and bluish-gray. Not so long ago, a horseshoe-shaped observation deck with a glass floor was built in the Grand Canyon, leaving on which you can feel as if you are floating in the air. By the way, downstream is the famous Hoover Dam, which is considered one of the most beautiful dams ever created by man. For centuries in the Grand Canyon area was inhabited by ancient Indians peoples of the Anasazi, ancient Pueblo. Here, in the Grand Canyon, there are preserved caves carved by the Pueblo Indians in the walls of the canyon, which were used for storing grain. Today, many lands in the Grand Canyon area belong to Native American tribes, and several reservations located there. It took us all day to inspect the dam, hydroelectric power station, and Grand Canyon. We returned to Las Vegas only in the evening, tired but happy. The next day, Tuesday, was our last day in Las Vegas. Rita and I went to a French hotel. There was the Eiffel Tower. We went up to the 54th floor and surveyed the city during the day. A dancing fountain was seen from above. He didn't work during the day and looked rather prosaic. The fountain was made of tubes of different sizes. And in the evening, this is an enchanting spectacle. On Wednesday morning, we flew back to Houston. I looked out of the plane window, and as far as the eye could see, the desert stretched out below us. It was hard to imagine that such a center of entertainment and gambling was once built in this desert, which now attracts tourists from all over the world. Thank you to my friends for inviting me to this holiday city. 11.5. Trip to Costa Rica. In April 2016, I again lost my job. The price of oil was continually falling, and therefore companies did not order new projects. In Texas, gas and oil development has recently been carried out using the cracking method. And this is a rather expensive method, and its cost exceeded the price of this product. When the administration laid off me, my manager promised that as soon as the situation changed, I would be invited to work again. But now it's been 2 years and the price of oil seems to have gone up. But I never returned to my company. There was a rumor that this company was outbid. Wood Group, headquartered in London, had already bought several companies in Houston. Alliance, Mustang, and now Foster Wheeler. I remember that such deals do not end well for employees of affiliated companies. At the end of April, I again wanted to go somewhere. I remembered that excellent hotel in Cancun, and I wanted to feel that atmosphere again. Unfortunately, in Cancun were no places in this hotel, and I decided to look for a similar hotel in another area. Found it in Costa Rica. I consulted my daughter, and she said that Evelyn went to Costa Rica with a school group, and she liked it there. I looked at the internet and found information about this country. It seems a safe and peaceful place. There is not even an army. I decided to go. I had a plane ticket for April 27th. I packed my things the day before. I was going to take to the airport Uber. It's a new taxi that arrives within 5 to 10 minutes and is cheaper than the usual one. Called via the app on your phone. It was the first time I wanted to use this service, and I was worried. I woke up at 2 in the morning and couldn't sleep anymore. I had an early morning flight. At 5 in the morning, I started calling Uber, but none of the cars showed up. I began to panic and looked for the phone number of a regular taxi, just in case. An hour later, I tried again, and hooray! 5 minutes later the car was approaching my house. As soon as we drove away, it started to rain. The dark and rain is a lot of stress for driving, especially for me. I was glad I wasn't driving. The driver was talkative, and so we somehow got to the airport unnoticed. Here I am at the check-in, handed in my suitcase, passed the control, and was already at the gate waiting for boarding on the plane of United Airlines. Costa Rica is ahead. The service on this line is not up to scratch. The only thing I like is a direct flight without a stopover. It was cloudy. The earth was hard to see. The commander of the crew announced that our flight would be more extended, as we must avoid the storm front. The plane went down. From the window, I saw that the earth below us was lifeless, black as if burned. After a while, we landed at the airport in Liberia. I took a taxi to get to the hotel. We only drove for half an hour, but I paid $60. I think it was expensive. The road was narrow, single track. In places, it is steep and mountainous. You had to be a great virtuoso to drive a car on such a road. Dead trees and shrubs lined the road. It turns out that there are only 2 seasons in Costa Rica: dry and wet. It was still the dry season, and therefore the plants are suffering from drought. Houses flashed by. The whole environment screamed about poverty. We finally arrived at the hotel. Compared to its surroundings, the hotel looked like a white swan in the middle of a swamp. The hotel located in a large park area, entrance to the territory through a secured gate. Along the main street, there were several souvenir shops, a casino, and a nightclub. This hotel is the same company, Rio, but architecturally utterly different from the one in Cancun. The room was large and what I liked. There was a desk where I could put my computer. In my spare time from relaxing on the beach, I was going to continue working on the book. The toilet was in a separate room. This is also convenient, but it is not clear why a bath occupied part of the room. Usually, guests only use the shower. I put my things and decided to go to the beach. It was a 5-minute walk to the beach. There were several pools on site, but I was interested in the sea. To come to the sea and spend time in the pool is nonsense. The sand was dark gray, not far away were small mountains, and on the sea was constant waves. There weren't many people on the beach. I entered the water and felt the sand beneath my feet part, and I sank into it like quicksand. Then a big wave came over me and covered my head. I got scared, struggled to get my feet out, and quickly tried to get out on the bank. I did not try to enter the water again during the rest period but just splashed around the shore. Then I learned that these sands are of volcanic origin, and therefore it has a low density. And if this sand is wet, you can go into it up to your ankles. There are no umbrellas on the beach. There are a few stunted trees for shade. In the evening, there was a music show at the bar. Vacation days in all-inclusive hotels usually follow a specific schedule: breakfast, beach, lunch, day rest, dinner, show. So I have passed 3 days. On the 4th day, I bought a ticket to an X course. You need to see a little bit of the country where you are vacationing. It turned out that only 3 people signed up for this X course. 2 American girls from the state of Maryland and me. Our guide and driver, Mauricio, came to pick us up in a Jeep. First, Mauricio took us to the big waterfall. We went down a steep path to the waterfall. The water fell from a great height and formed a small lake below, the water from which then poured into a small river. It was huge. My companions changed into swimsuits and walked across the water to the waterfall. I didn't want to change, and there were no conditions for that. Nearby, there were rows of vendors selling souvenirs, water, and even some simple food. Then we went to another waterfall, which located in the rainforest. On the way, we passed through a small town. The impression of the country has improved a little. The roads and houses were a bit better, but you can still see that the country is poor. Before the waterfall, we stopped at a small parking lot. There was a restaurant where we would have lunch after returning from the rainforest. My companions wanted to go further on horseback, but at the last minute changed their minds, and we all got back in the Jeep and went into the jungle. On the way, we met a group of tourists on horseback. Perhaps my companions regretted that they did not dare to do this. We reached a certain point on the road. Then we had to walk. It was necessary to cross the gorge on a rope suspension bridge to the other side. I walked behind my group. I stood on this bridge, and I was afraid. The bridge swayed under my feet, and far below me, a small river gurgled. My companions and guide were already on the other side, and I still did not dare to go over this bridge. Then one of my companions came back for me, and with her help and half-closed eyes, I crossed to the other side. We followed the path that led up the hill to the waterfall. I immediately remembered the path to the farm in Ecuador. However, there is a rope stretched between the trees, and in difficult cases, you can hold on to it. And as usual, when all my strength seemed to leave me, we came to the waterfall. This waterfall was much smaller than what we had seen before, but it was still beautiful. Silence, the sound of falling water and the dense forest around. The silence was broken only by the singing of pigs and the shouts of other forest dwellers. The way back was easier and faster. I didn't even notice that I was crossing the suspension bridge. We returned to the parking lot where we were supposed to have lunch. Behind the glass door, I saw Pan, who knocked on the glass and was angry that he was not allowed inside. He fluffed out his beautiful tail and gorgeous walked before our eyes. But the staff did not take pity on him and did not let him inside. The last point of our excursion was a trip to the crater and thermal waters. I, remembering our ascent to Vesuvius, thought that we now have to climb the mountain, but it turned out to be easier. The crater was very close to the restaurant. Smoke rose from the many cracks in the crater. Sniffing, I realized that hydrogen sulfide was being released. The crater occupied a fairly wide area. For tourists, a special staircase with platforms for viewing was equipped. Below on the perimeter was a small lake with therapeutic mud. My companions smeared this mud and went to dry. I thought that next to the crater, I would again feel the energy surge that I experienced there on Vesuvius, but alas, I did not feel it. There must have been other forces on Vesuvius. Here, the crater didn't impress me at all. My companions went first to the shower, wash off the dirt, and then the sauna. The sauna was the name of 3 small pools with different temperatures. On the flyer, it all looked colorful and attractive, but in reality, I returned to the hotel, completely ill. The day before, I felt a little unwell, a sore throat, but the trip was already planned. I should have gone. As you can see, I endured all the excursus, but when I returned to the hotel, my strength left me. I got some hot coffee from the cupboard, went back to my room, poured myself vodka from the bar, and climbed into bed. I took my special device harmonizer to help out and fell asleep. The next morning, I felt better. I was glad for myself that I at least saw the country out of the corner of my eye. The rest of the days were about the same way. After breakfast, a walk along the ocean, instead of going to the gym indoors. It is amazing 45 minutes walk in the fresh sea air. One day I came across a wedding that was being celebrated here on the Pacific coast in Costa Rica. Exotic. In the evening, as usual, I went to see the show. That's all. It was the last day of my vacation here, Friday the 6th of May. The sky had been overcast since morning. This means that the rainy season will soon come here. Then all the trees and plants will drink the long-awaited water. Everything will come to life and become green. And then the road from the airport will not seem so dull. The next day, Saturday, I flew back to Houston. Each trip enriches us with something. I saw another piece of land. I am glad that fate has given me this opportunity to see something else besides the small piece of land where I grew up and lived my previous years. Our planet Earth is so vast and diverse that it probably won't take several lifetimes to travel around it all. In my view, the Earth is like a large spaceship that is rushing through the vastness of the universe, and individual corners and countries are like cabins on a ship, and it is so interesting to look into each of them. Chapter 12. 12.1. Alyona and Maria. After returning from Costa Rica, we had a significant change in our family. This year, Maria graduated from high school, and she's supposed to have a graduation party. Previously, this event was scheduled for May 16th. Dasha and her friend planned a trip to Spain at the end of May. They planned this trip ahead, bought tickets, and ordered hotels. Suddenly it turns out that the graduation party was moved to the end of May, just at the time when Dasha will be in Spain. Michael, previously so calm about the situation in the family, suddenly rebelled. He gave an ultimatum: either Dasha does not go to Spain and comes to the graduation party, or they divorce. Dasha could not cancel the trip, so she offered to arrange a graduation party for Maria at my house in advance. Do so. We called our friends and relatives. We congratulated Maria for her graduation. Everything was supposed to be okay. Maria was not offended that her mother would not be able to come to school party. I promised to come, and so did Michael's parents. But Michael wouldn't listen. He gave an ultimatum and didn't want to listen to anything. It finally dawned on him that he hadn't had a wife for a long time, and the family was purely nominal. It took him a long time to figure it out. Dasha went to Spain, and I went to Austin to Maria's school party. The weather promised to be with rain and wind. I decided to take the bus. It turns out that there is a comfortable bus to Austin. I liked this idea. You don't think about the traffic. Just enjoy the view from the window. Michael met me at the bus stop in Austin and took me to the girls' apartment. On the same day, the school had a so-called graduation party. It wasn't even an evening. It was just a meeting attended by teachers, school leavers, their parents, and guests. There were about a dozen graduates. This party was the most boring meeting I've ever seen. It's finally over. I thought we were all going to a restaurant together, but Michael's parents decided to go home. Frank didn't want to drive in the dark. After seeing Liz and Frank off, we went to a regular restaurant for lunch. The later evening, I met my Austin friend Marina and spent the time with her. The next day, Michael drove me to the bus station, and I went home. Maria went to university in a North Texas town. The town was small, but the university was solid. There was supposed to be a first-year orientation meeting in June. Dasha already returned from Spain by this time, and in mid-June, Michael, Dasha, and Maria planned to go to this meeting. I asked to go with them. Dasha and I booked a place in a motel. Maria could have spent the night in the dorm. For parents, it was provided a place in the hostel as well, but in this situation, Dasha could not spend the night with Michael. Michael thought of that, too, and booked a place in a different motel. So, no one used the dorm except Maria. The next day, the meeting and introduction to the university continued. It was nice to see Maria so animated. It was evident that she liked everything. I liked it, too. The university located in a gorgeous and quiet location. The whole campus was in the greenery area. There was a running track, and it felt that there was good energy. I thought Maria would be happy there. I also thought maybe for her better to be away from family. Perhaps she's just tired of us taking care of her. But alas, we were all wrong. I will write later more about that. At the end of August, Maria went to study at the university. Before Labor Day, Dasha asked me to go pick up Maria and bring her to Houston for a long weekend. I met Maria at Nacogdoches, not far from her dorm. I was surprised to see an adult, confident girl was walking towards me. I was glad for the change that was happening to her. After the holidays, Michael drove Maria back to the university. In November, our sister Alyona from Moscow visited us. At last, in more than 20 years, she decided to come. We were pleased to see her. She arrived a day before the Thanksgiving holiday, and I, Lila, and Julia went to the airport to meet her. I haven't seen Alyona in 6 years. It seemed to me that she had lost a lot of weight since then. On Thanksgiving Day, Lila had a big party at home. I asked Alyona how she feels here in another country. I like it here very much, especially the deep blue sky. And most importantly, the end of November, and I'm in summer clothes. It is already cold in Moscow, but it is warm and sunny here. I still can't believe I'm in America. Alyona still stayed with Lila, but I understood that she was not very comfortable there. No, the house is large, and there is a lot of space, but it is difficult to withstand the hard character of Robert. She quietly whispered to me, "When will you take me to your house?" We agreed that she would move in with me immediately after the party. In December, I had an exam in physics and mathematics. I've been trying to get a teacher's certificate for several years. I had the idea that it would be nice to teach physics and mathematics at school. This is a more or less permanent job, summer holidays. I love these subjects, and I have enough patience to teach students. Also, I have a lot of teaching experience. I only needed to pass this exam. The exam was difficult and lasted for 5 hours. In the end, the brain refuses to think anything. The questions are intricate, and until you get to the point, and the clock is ticking. In general, you do not have time to answer all the questions, which means that you do not get the desired score. This was my second attempt and failed again. Something is not working for me. I thought of getting a job as a translator. I got a call from a firm about this job, but I need to take some tests. I passed some of them, but one of them had a lot of medical terminology on it. It turns out that they need translators for medical institutions. I found a 40-hour translation course with medical terminology. I completed these courses, and passed the written test with a good result. Remained a conversation test on the phone. I was asked questions in English, and I have to answer in Russian. I set the exam for the end of December and thought that it would be easy for me to pass it because Russian is my native language. But alas, the Russian-speaking expert, to my surprise, gave me a low rating. Our former compatriots are ready to drown instead of supporting us. Lila had plans for Christmas to go to Las Vegas with Alyona, or at least to Austin. They asked me to come with them. But something didn't work out, and we didn't go anywhere. Soon the new year came. We have already developed a tradition of celebrating the new year with our friends at someone's home. This time it was my turn. But Dasha and her friend went to celebrate the new year in Mexico. The girls stayed with their father in Austin. It was hard for me to manage this party alone, and I was glad that Lila offered her house for the holiday. The holiday was a success. There was a lot of food, games, and entertainment. Lila usually was an organizer and entertainer of games. And on January 9th, Alyona went to Mexico. Earlier, she agreed with a friend from Moscow to travel together mainly in the cities of the Yucatan Peninsula and go to the capital, the city of Mexico. We were a little worried about her because it's not quite safe in Mexico. But nothing happened. After the end, Alyona decided to extend her trip to stay in Cancun for another week. She returned to Houston, and a few days later, she and Lila went to Las Vegas and the Grand Canyon. Travelers' frogs. Alyona wanted to make the most of this trip. In late February, in Galveston was a big festival called Mardi Gras. This holiday originated in the 18th century in the French-ruled territory of the current state of Louisiana. Mardi Gras can be called in different ways. This is Fat Tuesday, as this expression is literally translated from French, and at the same time, it is an analog of the Russian Maslenitsa. However, the true meaning of Mardi Gras is that it is a symbol of the meeting of spring and the end of winter. This is a noisy, mischievous, bright festival. The king and queen led the carnival, riding in masks and costumes on a huge decorated platform with their entourage. In response to the traditional shouts of the excited crowd, "Throw us something," they scatter beads and other trinkets. The four of us went to this festival: Lila, Alyona, Maria and me. Here, I would like to write a few words about Maria. We thought that she was safely studying at the university and were very happy for her that she became so independent. However, she did not really want to contact the family, rarely called, and did not always respond to notes. We thought that maybe she was tired of our guardianship and didn't need to be pushed too hard. The girl is learning, well and good. And it turned out to be very bad. She just didn't go to study, and spent all this time in the dorm to read all sorts of nonsense on the computer. She had come home to Austin for Christmas and was planning to return to the university after the new year, even though she had failed the fall semester. What she was going to do next is unclear. Fortunately, Michael suspected something was wrong and asked Maria to show him the statement of grades for the semester. Then the whole truth was revealed. The scandal was big. There are scandals, but what to do next? Michael insisted that she go to work and reimburse the expenses. Maria seemed lost and confused in this life. It was a big problem. The girl was just entering adulthood and did not see a clear path in it. My daughter and I decided that it would be better for Maria if she came to live with me in Austin, next to her father, who does not know how to subtly understand the situation with such an involved person as Maria. Her internal problem will not be resolved. That's why we decided that she would be better off with us. At the end of February, she moved in with me. I jokingly said that now I have a complete set: a granddaughter and her dog. So my house came in handy. At first, it was difficult for us to adapt to each other. From time to time, Maria had flashes of anger. She was used to this behavior when she lived with her father. They have often sorted out relations on the raised tones. But I was wiser. I just stopped talking to her like that. One day she had a problem with her car, and instead of politely asking for help, she rudely replied to some remark I made to her. I refused to help. She threw a tantrum, but seeing that this did not pass with me, she called Dasha, her mother, and Dasha advised her how to act. Maria ordered an Uber taxi, drove to her car, which she left in the parking lot, and called the carrier, who delivered the vehicle for repair. Then they called her that the car was repaired, and she asked me in a calm and polite voice to take her to the repair shop. This time, of course, I agreed. It wasn't hard for me to help her, but I wanted her to know that she wasn't going to get anything by talking to me like that. I wanted her to learn that lesson. She also had problems getting a job. We tried to get her to work at the Montessori school where Lila worked. Maria went for interviews, but she didn't get a job. At that time, they did not need a full-time employee, and Maria was not very keen to work with children. In the end, we saw that a newly built large home improvement store hired people. The store was respectable. Many times I have reminded Maria that we need to go and get the forms for the application. But each time she put it off. Finally, one day, I went to this store myself and took the forms. I made Maria fill them out and immediately went with her to this store for an interview. She was hired. This was already a great success. So, by getting used to and adapting to each other, we established our relationships. Maria was getting along not only with me but also with her mother, with whom she had been separated since she was about 12 years old. Dasha often went to Austin on weekends. But for the girl, such communication with her mother was not enough. They became much closer now. And another thing that really bothered me about Maria. She was a pathological liar. I made up the code of our housing and wrote in red, "Never lie." I thought that living in a new environment, she would not need to lie. But I was very wrong. To help her lose weight, I signed her up for the gym. At first, she started going to work out. Even there she met a woman who suggested to try the weight loss program, Herbalife, and she agreed. She bought all these drugs and started taking them, but it lasted for 2 or 3 weeks, and then gave up everything. Unfortunately, the girl does not have the willpower and incentive. Its weight and volume burden her, but yet she did not make any effort to change the situation. In addition to her lack of willpower, she is too lazy to change anything for the better. Dasha wanted Maria to go to college after all. Not far away, in my neighborhood, there is a right college, Lone Star College. Maria, with the help of Dasha, filled out all the necessary papers and enrolled in this college. In June, she signed up for the summer semester. Now Maria had a job and started a college education. My daughter and I calmed down and thought that everything would be all right for Maria now. In March, our sister Alyona flew back to Moscow, although she could stay in America until May. We were happy that she was able to come to us. Her visa was open for 3 years. We hope that she will come again and again. Maybe then we can go to the northern states and show our sister another piece of America. 12.2. Sedona and Cancun. I encouraged Lila to go to Sedona. We went in early June. I already wrote that a few years ago, I had been there with my daughter. We were there only a few days, but I have a very vivid impression of this trip. I wanted to feel the energy of this wonderful place again. We had a flight in the morning, on Sunday, and Dasha took us to the airport. During the inspection, my belongings, for some reason, attracted the attention of the officers. They went through my entire bag and all my electronic devices. Everything was in order. I'm not a terrorist or a spy. We were boarding on the plane on time, but the flight was delayed for some reason. It turned out that there were some problems with the equipment. Technical workers ran through the cabin, and from time to time, the pilot's cabin announced that the flight would be coming soon. And then they announced that this plane would not take off and we would fly by another plane. So, our journey began with a problem. We arrived in Phoenix with a delay for 3 hours. I wanted to write a slur on the company, which took from us 3 hours of vacation, after my return, but then in everyday worries somehow all this was forgotten. In Phoenix, we rented a car and drove to Sedona. We had 3 hours of travel ahead. We were worried that the hotel would have to search in the dark time. Fortunately, there was a 2-hour time difference between Houston and Sedona, so we arrived in Sedona before dark. We settled down for the night and went to look for a place to eat. We slept like babies that first night. Good energy, good sleep. This is Sedona. As before, I was struck by these red mountains, which looked like an eagle, a thinker, or other figures. We ordered an excursus on vertexes. I really wanted it to be the same ex-course guide as on my first visit. But it turned out that he was ill and they gave another one. That tour guide was a virtuoso driver, but a weak speaker. He took us to all the essential places. In the evening, we had tea at our motel and enjoyed the stunning views. We had a room with a balcony. Below, a small river gurgled under the balcony, and in front of it, some distance away, rose red rocks. On the third day of our stay in Sedona, we went to a place called the Church of the Holy Cross. It stood on a cliff. We got a little lost. In Sedona, there are no intersections, and traffic goes around the ring, so we passed our turn. But then we got our bearings and got on the right road. After visiting the church, we went to the national park. I have no words to describe all the beauty that surrounded us. I saw that the red rocks were gradually overgrown with trees and shrubs. I thought that centuries would pass, and the red mountains would disappear under the greenery of plants. Or maybe not. And in the evening, we went to watch the sunset. The sunset is one of the great events in Sedona. A lot of people gather for this show. Sunset is a whimsical play of color in the sky and in the mountains. The sun was gradually sinking below the horizon, and on the other side the round moon was growing brighter and brighter. After that, the next day we had an excursion by train through the Red Mountains and the canyon. The entire trip took 3 hours, 1.5 in one direction, and the same amount in the back. The train had open platforms, and we were able to enjoy the views. We fly to Europe or other countries for exotic and nature, and here nearby such beauty. On the last night before leaving, we arranged a festive program for ourselves, went to a restaurant where a famous guitar virtuoso was on tour. In the morning, we had driven back to Phoenix and then a flight to Houston. Lila was so impressed with the trip that she persuaded her husband to go to Sedona to celebrate their 20th wedding anniversary. One trip was not enough for us, and we decided to go to Cancun for another 10 days. I was there a few years ago with Maria, and I really liked it. This time we were going with Lila, and Rita decided to join us. We bought tickets to the Rio Peninsula Hotel. The hotel also located in the hotel zone, but a little further from the center. The room we picked up was 1-to-1, similar to the one I lived in a hotel in Costa Rica. On Friday, July 14th, we had a flight. We all gathering at my house and ordering an Uber taxi. Julia, Lila's daughter, brought Lila to me, and then we went to get Rita. When I took the car out of the garage, it turned out that I caught the car on the garage door and slightly scratched the wing. Bad start. The second bad sign was we ordered a taxi, but something didn't work in the system, and we paid the driver in cash. We reached the airport successfully and on time. People say that trouble does not go alone. Here is the third trouble that happened when we went to check in the room at the hotel. The view from the room was not on the sea, although we ordered a sea view. In addition, a powerful air conditioner hummed under the window. We asked to move to another room. In the other room was not 2 separate beds, and the receptionist asked to wait a few days, but we knew from experience that nothing is as permanent as something temporary. We decided not to wait and agreed to a room with 1 large bed, and they had to put an extra bed for Rita. This was the end of our troubles of the day, and we start to enjoy our vacation. The sea was warm and calm. However, the beach itself was not the best. There are many large stones under the sand. I even tripped and hurt my toe. In the evening, we dressed up and went to a restaurant for dinner. This is the biggest entertainment. In the morning on the beach, a swimsuit, and the evening nice dresses. That's why we carry heavy suitcases. Where else you could dress up, like at the resort? We bought an excursion to Xcaret Park. In the morning, before going to the X course, Rita suddenly changed her mind about going. She was afraid of her joints, which were bothering her. We tried to persuade her. I gave her a patch for reduce pain, which I brought with myself from home, and suggested she put it on her back. It turned out all right. Everything went well in the park for her. I think she would have regretted later that she did not go with us. Time in the park somehow flew by unnoticed. We watched several performances shows from the life of the ancient Maya peoples. Lila swam along the underground river. Rita and I went through the park, taking photos on the way, and also took videos of it all. In the evening we went to a grand traditional show. I wanted to make a video of the first part of the concert, but it turned out that my batteries for the video for some reason ran out, and I was again unable to record this part of the show. What does it mean to be unlucky and how to deal with it? Rita and I didn't order any other excursions, and Lila went to the pyramid and the island of Mujer. Rita and I were enjoying our time on the beach. I was planning to work on my storybook that I started writing years ago on Greg's farm. But when you're on vacation in a group, even if it's 3 people, you can't be alone. My intentions were still my intentions. I didn't write a single line. So gradually, the days of our vacation decreased, and it was time to say goodbye to this beautiful place and return to the mainstream of everyday life. My trips this year were completed. In August, Dasha and girls flew first to Japan and then to South Korea. I was left to take care of the cat. I had to go to Dasha's apartment several times and check Mia, name of our cat. There was nothing wrong with her food and the toilet, but she was bored and alone. My girls decided to make such an exotic trip because our eldest Evelyn was going to spend the fall semester at the University of South Korea on a student exchange program. I was surprised to know that she chose South Korea for this purpose. It would have been better to go to Russia to improve her Russian language, which she learned at school and then at university, or at least to Spain, for the sake of Spanish, which is considered a second language in Texas. But what she chose, she chose. Looking ahead, Evelyn couldn't wait for her internship to end. She didn't like it at all in Korea, but only 1+, learned a completely different culture, different from the American and European. My girls spent a week in Japan and then went to South Korea. Dasha and Maria returned home, and Evelyn stayed there until Christmas. When I asked about their impressions, they told me that they liked Japan more than South Korea. An interesting detail in Japan: there are no garbage bins on the streets and public places. Everyone carries garbage with them and only throws it out at home. This is why Japan is very clean everywhere, but Korea is much dirtier. I encountered Koreans when they came to work with us in Houston on a project. They are difficult people to communicate with. Our leading engineer often had to defend himself at meetings against their attacks. It feels they're acting like robots and do not have anything human. When I asked Dasha after the trip whether it is worth going to travel to Japan, she replied that it is not worth it. That said it all. I've never really been drawn to Asian countries. They seem to me like people from another planet. Even the sound of their language is unpleasant to my ear, and it sounds like a meow. An alien culture, that's all. Maria began her studies in college. It seemed to me that she had learned her previous lesson and was old enough to stop controlling her. How wrong I was. She pretended to go to classes and do homework, but in fact, she dropped out of school from the first month. She left home at the proper time, and instead of college, she spent that time in a Starbucks coffee shop, reading her endless book on the computer. I don't understand her. Why is this happening? How well does she lie? One day she comes all happy. She passed the math test, the most challenging subject for her. How could I not believe her? It turned out that she had been cheating all school year. How can she not understand that the truth still comes out at some point? When we started to find out the reason, she said that she felt some kind of anxiety and prefers not to go to college, and so that we do not worry and continue to love her, she pretends to study. What was the cause of her anxiety? We can't understand it. This is something happening to her psyche or just an excuse, laziness, and deception. We must try to find the reason and help the person find the right path in this life. 12.3. Tutoring and again Cancun. I decided to start tutoring. I got a student from Lone Star College. He needs help in math. I began to take from my memory everything about math. I had to remember limits, derivatives, and integrals. We met twice a week in the college library. It was convenient for both of us. He has a very weak high school preparation in mathematics. It turns out he was homeschooled. I liked this job. I was involved in the process. I got busy. Each time I should prepare for the task, I felt useful and needed. And this is very important in life. At any age, you need to have a goal in life, and then you will avoid all unnecessary depressions. You can be useful at any age and enjoy life. By Christmas, Evelyn came back home. I was glad she came home safe and sound. The Korean peninsula is a troubled place. There is an agitated situation between North and South Korea, mainly since North Korea tested nuclear weapons that fall. North Korea has a very unpredictable government and its chief executive. Our current president tried to calm down an unpredictable ruler who threatened war not only to South Korea but also to other countries, including the United States. So, I was worried about Evelyn. But Dasha reassured me, saying that she had hired a firm that is responsible for the security, and in case of any conflict, Evelyn will be transported home safely. For the New Year's Eve, as usual, we gathered our warm company, this time at Rita's house. My girls and their friend went to Mexico to celebrate the New Year, and Michael went to Moscow. With Dasha, they have already divorced officially, and Michael met a woman from Moscow through the internet. This woman seems to be from Donetsk or the region. During the war in the Donbass, she went to Moscow. She is generally a dark horse. Michael is on the same page again. I did not find a permanent job. I continued tutoring with the same student from the college. This time we worked on the physics subject. All this is difficult for him. At the end of the semester, he decided to drop this subject and start it the next semester, but we continued our meetings. He wanted to have at least some knowledge of the topic ahead for the next semester. One of my credit cards had accumulated miles that allowed me to purchase a free ticket. I wanted to close this card, but first, I would have to use this bonus. I started thinking about where to go and with whom. I thought it would be nice to travel around the Baltic states. When I lived in Lvov, my grandmother had lodgers from Riga. They told us a lot about this city with love. At that time, I never managed to go to the Baltic states. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, these three countries became independent and even entered the European Union. I wrote to my sister Alyona and asked her to come with me. At first, she agreed, then changed her mind. Of course, for such a trip, you need a companion. And then I had the idea to offer my former colleague at my last company, Ina. As I remember, she always liked to travel. To my satisfaction, she agreed, and we started planning our journey. I was a little worried that we would be able to plan everything correctly, being so far away from each other. This time she returned to Ukraine, lived in Kiev. But it was much more straightforward. In our age of developed global internet and electronic communication, it doesn't matter where you are. The connection is instantaneous. We bought tickets, booked hotels, and made each day itinerary. All this took time, but by May, we already had a detailed plan for our trip. We planned the trip for the beginning of July, and it lasted for a whole month. It was such an interesting journey that I will describe it in detail, but a little further. After I made an annual tax report, I received a refund of more than $3,000. I thought that maybe I could use this money to go to Cancun in May. Just go to the beach, enjoy the noise of the sea and just relax from all the household chores. I decided to go alone. I thought that there would be time to continue to write my memoirs book, and no one would interfere. I ordered a hotel in the center of the hotel zone. I thought it would be convenient for walking. I'll also need a desk in the room so I can work on the computer. The most suitable hotel was the Grand Fiesta. I found the hotel very respectable. The reviews were great. The description didn't say it was an all-inclusive hotel. But I read in the reviews that you can buy on the spot a package where everything will include. The day of departure arrived. Maria stayed at home. I was calm that someone would be in the house, and the dogs would be fed and watered. I took an Uber taxi to the airport. Now it is very convenient. You do not need to ask relatives or drive your car and leave it there in the parking lot. The money is the same waste, but the worries are less. 2.5 hours on a plane, and you're already in Cancun. I flew by United Airlines. This company does not provide an excellent service, but a direct flight. It always wins me over. So, this is my third time in Cancun. I like this place, and I don't want to go far away. Everywhere the all-inclusive is the same as somewhere on the islands or in Turkey, but here the significant advantage it is close. The hotel, of course, was a high-class hotel, but at the same time very expensive. First, in addition to what I paid, I was charged an additional fee, $25 a day, for 12 days. A decent amount ran up. I began to resent these levies, and then they gave me a 15% discount on all restaurants. Unfortunately, they didn't have an all-inclusive package. I should eat only in restaurants that are on their territory and for my expenses. I had no right to bring food from outside. I had to sign up for this. The room was spacious, with a balcony and a view of the sea. One double bed and the main table. There were drinks in the bar and refrigerator, but not free except for one type of water. There was a coffee maker. I could use it for making coffee or tea. I was hungry, but it turned out that restaurants start working from 6:30 p.m., and it was only 5 o'clock. I went to the center of this area and found a Mexican restaurant. The portion was large, and I asked to put the remaining food in a box. I put it in my big bag and took to my room. So, I began to live, saving on restaurants. By the way, the restaurants in the hotel were not cheap. There was no microwave, and I heated my food under hot tap water. I borrowed this experience from my friend's husband, who used this method in prison. The show, as used to be in resort all-inclusive, was not here. There was a bar in the lobby where the band played almost every night. That's all for fun. It seemed the hotel almost empty. And no wonder, everything is expensive. The beach, of course, was magnificent, clean, white sand and no stones under your feet, as on the other. There were waves on the sea, but that didn't stop me from wallowing in the warm saltwater. I came up with the idea of trying to stay in another hotel, where everything is included and much more fun. But the effort was worth it. I calmed down and continued to relax in this hotel. Negative experience is also an experience. I won't go to a hotel like this again. A person adapts to everything. And I have adapted. To reduce the size of the expenses, I had leftover breakfast in my room and lunch at a restaurant on the beach. For dinner, sometimes I went to a restaurant and ordered cheaper dishes. The hotel had a fitness room where you could get free cookies, honey, rose petal drink and apples. In the morning I sunbathed on the sea. Surprise, tan in May lay on the body in an even layer. After lunch, I back to my room to work on my book, and in the evening, I dressed up and went to the bar, where I ordered a cocktail. This is how my days on vacation went. I didn't buy excursuses. I didn't want to go anywhere. I felt good with myself. The room was cleaned every day, but there was one inconvenience. For some reason, they came to do the cleaning when I was just returning from the beach, and instead of refreshing myself with a shower, I had to sit on the balcony and wait. I tried to find out and ask them to do the cleaning while I was on the beach. But it was difficult to explain. The staff doesn't speak English, and I don't speak Spanish. I tried to explain on my fingers, but apparently, they realized that they did not need to clean at all, and my room was not cleaned for 2 days. I had to go to reception and told them about it. There you could explain yourself in English. As a reward for the inconvenience caused to me, I received a free breakfast in the restaurant. On Monday, the 10th day of my stay at the hotel, something strange happened. I had seen a lot of people in the hotel. All the sunbeds on the beach are occupied, and there are almost no empty seats in the restaurant. I asked where so many people came from. It turned out that the hotel was paid for a week by the company Narum. This company sells cosmetics and supplements. At first, I interested in this company and even met a small group of people who were relaxing next to me on the beach. They were so enthusiastic about the products that this company sold that I thought I would join them, especially since I needed a job. One of the women was the leader of this group. Her name was Deborah. She gave me product samples to try. When I returned home, Deborah and her assistants began to involve me in the work of this company actively. Too active. I was starting to get a little stressed out. They persuaded to buy a whole package of products for almost $500. At first, I didn't understand the company's technology, but then I found some interesting reviews and articles about this company on Google and realized that they use the same network marketing system as other similar companies. I have already had an unpleasant experience with such a company Agel. In Narum everything was more complicated and incomprehensible. I decided to postpone my final decision after returning from a long trip. The cosmetic did not have a significant effect yet, as they said, and I began to feel very weak from dietary supplements. Barely it is restored the bowels. This was all after my return from Cancun. The day of departure arrived, May 17th, Thursday. I was glad that the whole Narum crowd was leaving tomorrow on Friday. I checked out at the reception desk, and the clerk called me a taxi, which arrived almost instantly as if at the click of a finger. The hotel staff is well trained. Tell you something interesting. I walked along the corridor of my floor, Women from the service staff walked towards me, so they almost pressed against the wall to let me pass. Cancun lives mainly on the tourist business, and the local population values their work. I was driving in a taxi and saw how the hotel zone is being built up more and more. Many new hotels are appearing. Every year a lot of people come here from almost all over the world. Not surprisingly, this resort is becoming a top-rated vacation destination. One amazing feeling came to me when I was flying on an airplane. I felt some kind of inspiration, or a sense of some great joy, which did not leave me all day when I returned to Houston. Sitting on the plane already on the runway, I was pleased to note to myself how beautiful the plane takes off. Here is a plane on the runway in front of us. He is given a command. He accelerates and, like a swallow, rises steadily into the sky higher and higher. How I never noticed such beauty before. 12.4. Evelyn's University Graduation. The same week after my return from Cancun, we drove to Austin for our Evelyn's graduation celebration. We went for 3 of us: Dasha, Lila and me. Maria went a day earlier in her car. Evelyn's apartment lease was running out, and she had to move into her father's house. The vehicle that Maria drove was quite bulky, and it could fit large-sized things. There were a lot of people at the graduation party. The graduates were dressed in traditional clothes. The ceremony was lengthy. All the graduates one by one went up to the stage, where they were awarded a document of higher education. After the ceremony, we went to a restaurant as a family. It was a Texas-style restaurant. Michael was also with us, and he was surprisingly calm and cheerful. It gave the impression of a very calm and friendly family atmosphere. After a celebratory dinner at the restaurant, we went back to the apartment and helped Evelyn pack. By 5 o'clock in the evening, the gathering belongs over. Only our things were left. We were going to stay in the apartments that night. Michael didn't ask us to go to his house for the night. This was his home now. When he and Dasha divorced and shared their property, the house became the property of Dasha, and Michael bought the house from her. We had the whole evening off. Dasha was tired and didn't want to go anywhere, but Lila and I decided to go to the city center. Again, we used Uber taxis. We drove to the Congressional Building, the Texas Government House, and then walked along the main streets. The hottest place in Austin is 6th Street, which is full of bars and restaurants. We found a Russian restaurant. We went inside just to look. We weren't hungry. We got home in the dark and were about to go to bed. But then my Austin friend Marina called and offered to spend the rest of the evening with her. She rented the apartment not far from the apartment where we were staying. I have been in touch with Marina since we met back in Austin in 1998. Marina came to pick us up with Lila, and we spent time with her until midnight. On Sunday morning, we set out on our way back. On the way, we were caught in a torrential downpour. Dasha was already an experienced driver, and we reached Houston safely. First, we brought Lila home. We helped her carry her things to the door of the house. Their dog barked in the house. The door opened, and the angry face of Lila's husband looked out. He didn't even bother to say, "Hello," and closed the door. We said goodbye to Lila and drove to my house. I could still see that angry face of Lila's husband. Lila has long complained to me about his heavy temper and attachment to drinking. For the last year, he worked from home. His working day ended at 4, and after that, He relaxes every day by drinking alcohol. I know Robert for a long time, about 20 years. He always had a temper. But as a young man, this was somehow smoothed out. But as he grew older, his negative attitude towards people increased. On my character, I would not be able to live with such a person, but Lila somehow reconciles. I think it may be because she couldn't live without him. She loves comfort too much, and she can't provide it for herself. They bought a new 2-story house. The house is beautiful. The yard is well maintained but very inconvenient for life. The second floor is partially open and therefore the sound from the first and second floors can be heard in every corner of the house. On the first floor, there is a TV with a Russian language channel for Lila's father. To ensure that the volume of the TV does not interfere with the work of Robert, who has a working office on the second floor, Lila bought for Alexander Vladimirovich headphones, and now he walks like an alien from space in these headphones. Alexander Vladimirovich watches TV all day. Their kitchen is also on the first floor, and this Russian language TV even without sound still irritates Robert. By the way, I wouldn't be able to stand the whole day with the TV on, either. Of course, we do not see the rays produced by a working TV, but this does not mean that our body does not feel their negative influence. Robert is generally very irritated when we communicate with each other in Russian. It is natural for us instead of bad English. I remember one occasion when we started talking in Russian at the dinner table, and Robert, with his eyes bulging with anger, yelled at us to stop. When I tried to contradict him, I had the feeling that he was going to attack me with his fists. The more I live, the more I am convinced that a woman and a man are different beings on this planet. I am convinced that a woman is much stronger emotionally and can adapt better to changing life circumstances. A man has more physical strength and thus tries to subdue a woman, without having the above advantages. Young women like it when they are young. Women in their imagination give a romantic aura to men's physical strength. But with age and everyday troubles, this romance disappears, and a complete misunderstanding begins. It becomes more and more difficult for a man and a woman to understand each other, and very often, the family ship hits the reefs and breaks up. I've lived alone for many, many years. I separated from my last husband 18 years ago and did not suffer from this. I prefer to be independent of the mood swings and bad character of the man next to me and solve my problems on my own. This keeps me healthy and optimistic. Of course, it is good to have a strong shoulder nearby, but where to find it, and does it exist? Yes, and with age, it becomes more and more difficult. And do you need these additional experiences? This is so, a lyrical digression. The days go by morning, day, evening, night. So, time runs away unnoticed. Evelyn, with the help of Dasha, got a job at the same bank, but only in the Austin branch. Now she lives in her father's house. Evelyn decided to continue studying for a master's degree and therefore collects money for her studies, saves on paying for a rented apartment. She is 23 years old but still does not have a favorite boyfriend. And I think she's already suffering from it. Maria seemed to have taken a summer semester at college over the internet, but it turned out that she was lying. She didn't study, she just pretended, and I was busy with my affairs and didn't control her. I found it inconvenient to control every step of such an adult girl. And it turns out I was wrong to trust her. Dasha also trusted her, alas. Although Maria is already 21 years old, she has no responsibility and hides behind lies as a shield. which sooner or later still does not protect her. She doesn't get it yet. (12.5) Zurich and Geneva. Meanwhile, the time is approaching for my big journey to Europe. I bought a ticket for miles to Zurich and back. Ina and I are going to meet in Tallinn, where I will be flying from Geneva. I fly to Zurich with Delta Airlines, so my first stop is in Atlanta, where this company is based. In Atlanta, I switch to the international zone and will be on a large plane flying across the ocean to Switzerland, about 9 hours. This is a tough flight, and I was a little worried about how I would get through it. I had a side seat, and fortunately, no one sat next to me. I took place near the window. We flew into the night. I relaxed a little with eyes closed. At some point, I opened my eyes, and an extraordinary feeling came to me. I felt the euphoria of flying. It was so strong that even the tears came to my eyes. We were flying almost at an altitude of 12 kilometers. Below us, the clouds were solid, and there was no land or ocean to be seen. There was silence all around. It seemed that you were alone in this space, and the earth is empty. From this height, you cannot see any human beings, and even those grandiose buildings that these people built. I had a feeling about the unreality of the existence of people on this planet, which did not leave me for a long time. People are somewhere far away at the bottom of the air ocean, with all their fussy experiences, wars, deceptions, hatred, or vice versa with love. All this seemed so insignificant in the face of the grandeur of the universe, its independence from the will of man. I saw something exciting pass near our plane, a cloud swirling like a pipe. The plane was a little shaken. And then I saw another plane flying in this space below us. It flew at an even faster speed than ours. The speed of our plane was more than 900 kilometers per hour. I saw that plane catch up with ours, and then overtake it and disappear somewhere in the distance. I understand that there are 1,000 planes in the sky at the same time. But the space is so large that we just do not see them, and it seems your plane is alone in the air. The next morning, we landed in Zurich. Quickly and simply passed through passport control, received luggage, immediately took 50 Swiss francs at the ATM. Switzerland is also in the European Union but still uses its own currency. I decided to get to the hotel by train. It is much cheaper than by taxi. I want to say in advance that Switzerland is an expensive country. I was going to stay in Zurich for a few days and then take the train to Geneva. Zurich is in the north of the country, and Geneva is in the south. This way, I can see the whole country at once. The train took me to the train station, and I decided to take a chance and to buy a train ticket to Geneva. The hotel was next to the train station, just across the bridge. I had a route map. But it's still an unfamiliar place, and I went the wrong way at first. I had to ask a passerby where the bridge was. In Zurich, they speak German, which I, unfortunately, do not know, but English helps out. It seems that the whole world already speaks English, especially young people. The hotel was not far away. I found it. The man at the receptionist's desk settled me in a single room. The room was small, but the payment is like in a 5-star hotel. I wanted to go immediately to explore the local attractions. Still, after a sleepless night and a considerable time difference, I was afraid that I would fall asleep on the move. I lay down and slept for 3 hours. Sleep refreshed me, and I went for a walk. The rain that greeted me in Zurich in the morning has stopped. It was fresh and pleasant outside. I was afraid to go far from the hotel, so as not to get lost. The evening was approaching. I found a supermarket and bought some food. In the evening, I had a snack in my room. This is a small private hotel with no restaurant. In the morning they give a little breakfast. There is no coffee maker or kettle in the room. They do not allow you to use the boiler. So, I had to go down to the first floor for hot water. The only convenience of this hotel was near the railway station. The next morning, I went on a walking tour of the city. In the hotel, I took a map with the route of the excursion, with a mark of all interesting places. Earlier, I downloaded other people's travel stories from the internet to my phone. This is very convenient. I've used it many times in my travels. I was fully armed with information and didn't have to spend money on an X-course guide. The start of the route was from the railway station and further along the Limmat River embankment. Here, I would like to say a few words about Zurich. It is a city in northeastern Switzerland, the capital of the German-speaking canton of Zurich, and the administrative center of the district of the same name. Zurich is the largest city in the country. It has a population of 397,000 people. By our standards, this is a small city. I walked along the embankment and, at the end of the way, came to the Lake of Zurich, into which the river flows. Then it could be seen the mountain peaks of the Uetliberg and Zurichberg. Zurich is the largest financial center in Switzerland. It is home to the headquarters of insurance companies and banks, including International UBS and Credit Suisse, the Swiss Stock Exchange, and one of the headquarters of the Swiss Central Bank. Also, it is a major scientific center, a university and a higher technical school. In 2011, Zurich was ranked second in the world for quality of life, and in 2012 it was recognized as the most expensive city in the world. I didn't know it, but I felt it on my wallet. In the center of Zurich, there are many buildings built in the Gothic style, including on my walking route I saw many cathedrals in the Romano-Gothic style. These are Grossmünster, Fraudmeisters, and St. Peter's Church. The island has a Renaissance-style town hall. In ancient times, there was a Celtic-Germanic settlement on the site of Zurich. That's where the German language and Gothic architecture of buildings come from. I went through all this in a few hours. There was still a lot of time, and I decided to take a tour of the lake. I bought a ticket for a small steamboat. I thought it was an excursion route, but it turned out to be a regular passenger route. There were many settlements along the banks of the lake, and our steamboat stopped at each one. So, we went around the lake on both sides. All this took an hour and a half, and although there was no guide with stories about the lake and the route, it was still enjoyable. I was hungry and needed something to eat. There were many restaurants, but the prices were exorbitant even by my American standards. I finally found an acceptable restaurant, where I had a glass of beer, a small appetizer of salmon and soup, all within 20 francs. On the way back, I stopped at the store and bought something to eat for the evening. As I was walking along a side street, I suddenly noticed a funicular above my head. It was like leaving a building on the 3rd or 4th floor and going up a mountain. It was interesting. I went around the building to see where the tram was coming from, but I couldn't find a door where I could go, and I was too shy to ask. So, it remained a mystery. I noticed that there are a lot of people in Zurich, of different ages and genders, who ride bicycles. I returned to the hotel in the evening. My legs were tired, especially the heel on my right leg. At the end of last year, the heel of my left foot started to hurt. I fixed it up, and then just before the trip, my right heel hurt. This bothered me because I knew I would have to walk a lot. But there was nowhere to go. The trip was already planned. I took the device and a soothing ointment with me. I did not go down to get hot water but heated it with a boiler that I had brought with me just in case, and which was even very useful to me. The night slept uneasily. The next morning, I was going to Geneva. The train station was within walking distance. There was still plenty of time before the train. My train left at 12:03 from the 18th track. From time to time, I went to the information board and checked whether there was information about my train. By chance, I saw that there is a train to Geneva at 11:30 and way 32. I went to the station attendant and asked about this train. She confirmed that this was the case. She couldn't tell me anything about the 12:03 train. There wasn't much time left before the train left, so I grabbed my suitcase and ran down by the escalator. Trains approach platform. Drop off those who have arrived. Pick up those who are leaving and set off. All this takes no more than 5 minutes. The train arrived. I thought it was mine and wanted to get in, but to be sure, I asked the passengers. It turned out that it wasn't mine. And then soon mine came up. It was a 2-story car, but I took my heavy suitcase to the ground floor. Villages, fields, and mountains flashed past the windows. We passed Bern, Friedberg, and Lausanne. The most spectacular was the view of Lake Geneva. It is the largest lake in the Alps and located on the borders of Switzerland and France. I arrived in Geneva in the afternoon. I took a taxi to the hotel, 19 francs. I settled in the room very similar to the previous one in Zurich, but the breakfast was much better, and there was a kind of recreation area on the roof, where the whole city was at a glance. Geneva is a city in southwestern Switzerland and the capital of the French-speaking canton of the same name and the administrative center of the commune of the same name. It is the second largest city in the country. It is home to 198,000 people. Geneva located on the banks of Lake Geneva at the outlet of the Rhône River, near the border with France. In 2014, it named the best city to live in. The Rhône River divides the city into 2 parts. On the left bank of the Rhône is the historical center with St. Peter's Cathedral and the Gothic Town Hall. On the right bank, the Palace of Nations and the railway station. There was still time before dark, so I decided to walk around the nearest neighborhood. I was hungry, but there was no decent restaurant nearby, just eateries. I decided to find a grocery store. It wasn't easy. The local population speaks mostly French. One young woman spoke broken English and gestured which way to go. It was a general store with a grocery department in the basement. The next day, after breakfast, I was ready to travel around the city. I went outside, but it turned out that it was raining. I had to go back to my room and put on my raincoat. I decided to start my tour of the city with St. Peter's Cathedral. This cathedral was not far from my hotel. The entrance to the cathedral was free. The interior of the cathedral was not surprising, but the most important was the tower of the cathedral with an observation platform. It was worth going up there. Admission costs 5 francs. 165 steep steps led to the tower. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to overcome them. I should stop and rest several times. When I thought that I didn't have enough strength, the stairs ended. Hooray! I could make it. I got the observation deck, with a loggia that opened a stunning view of the city, Lake Geneva, the Alps, and the Jurassic Mountains. After visiting the cathedral, I went to the main street, and an idea came to me. This is Switzerland, so the most accurate watches are made here. I was wearing a cheap watch I'd bought in Walmart. I decided to make myself a gift. I bought a beautiful watch. Then I went to explore Geneva further. The main pride of the city is the fountain. It throws 500 liters of water per second to a height of 147 meters. I reached the bridge that separated the river and the lake and came across a clock whose face was carefully made of fresh flowers growing in the ground. And like all Swiss watches, they show the exact time. But the main feature of the clock is not in this. The time is shown not only by the hands but also by the flowers themselves. Plants are planted in a particular order, following their biological clock, and bloom in turn. By this time the rain had stopped, the sun had come out, and it was getting warmer. A park stretches along the embankment. I got a little tired and decided to rest, sitting on a bench. Crowds of people marched past along the embankment. I still had enough time and decided to go to the right bank as well. On the right bank of the Rhône River, several international organizations located: the United Nations, the Red Cross, the Human Rights Committee, the International Working Center, and other organizations. I found out that some of them offer guided tours. It would be a significant omission not to take advantage of this. I went to the Palais des Nations, where the UN mission in Europe located, and there are also several offices of UNESCO and the IAEA. Approximately 8,000 events are held at the headquarters each year. In the UN Palace, you can see the Assembly Hall and the Hall of Lost Steps. Know how the meeting is going. I used public transport. At the hotel, I got a free pass for city transport. It was very convenient. There was no need to worry about how and where to buy tickets. I came to the square where the palace was. It turned out that the guest entrance was much further down the street. To my great disappointment, tours to the palace are only held from Monday to Thursday. And that was Friday. All my efforts were not crowned with success. Unfortunately, I have to leave Switzerland tomorrow. The Large Hadron Collider and the European Council for Nuclear Research, CERN, located near the city. CERN also offers guided tours, shows operating laboratories, and how experiments conducted. This is also interesting, but I didn't have time for it anymore. I went back to the hotel, ate, rested, and decided to take another walk. I went to the main street, went to the store, and bought magnets. My hobby is to bring magnets on every trip. I have the entire refrigerator door decorated with magnets with views of the places I visited. I walked down the street farther and farther away and did not notice as I wandered off to the wrong place. I tried to find on the map where I was and where my hotel. It wasn't easy. I couldn't figure out which way to go. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and I was seriously beginning to worry. Several men were sitting at a table in an outdoor cafe. I turned to them for help. Again, in poor English, they told me that I had wandered so far. I should to take the tram to get to the hotel. By the way, the locals of Geneva speak French, and English is very weak. One country and such a difference in languages in the north and south. The next morning, I flew to Tallinn. The night was restless, and I woke up early. I have noticed that I always sleep uneasily before any trip. I still had breakfast and went to the counter to pay. A young man was standing behind the counter. He once briskly handed me a terminal, but something happened, and the system shut down. He started setting it up again, but it didn't work. He called someone for advice, but it still didn't work. Time was running out. I was very sorry that I left the hotel bill at the last moment. The young man eventually wrote down my card number and called me a taxi. I reached the airport without incident, paid 50 francs. There was a long queue at registration, and I was worried that I would not have enough time. Checked in, went through passport control. But to find out which gate to go to, you had to stand at the bulletin board. Only an hour before boarding, the message appears. I was boarding from gate D. I had to go to them for at least 15 minutes. Switzerland is Europe, but it's not a good organization. I went down the path boarding the plane, accompanied by a flight attendant. I was surprised by the absence of a closed ramp. Also, it was surprised me a plane. It was a small 4-engine plane. The plane took off. Below us was Geneva. Goodbye, Switzerland. I spent almost a week in this country. I left a pleasant impression. No one offended me, and I realized that I could travel alone. It is always interesting to see new places and get new feelings. Switzerland is an exciting country, and of course, I couldn't see it all. Yes, to know the country, you need to live in it. But I did get some impression. Switzerland is a costly country. And if you want to go back again and again, it is undoubtedly not Switzerland. But I will still have to return to Zurich again at the end of the trip. The return flight to the US was from Zurich. Chapter 13. 13.1. The journey continues. Tallinn. So my journey continues. After Switzerland, the next stage of my trip was the Baltic states. I flew from Geneva to Tallinn with a stopover in Vienna on Saturday morning. At the same time, Ina is flying from Kiev to Tallinn. We're supposed to meet at the airport. My plane landed on time. I went out to the arrivals area. Ina wasn't at the information desk, as we agreed. In Tallinn, the airport is very small and only very few people arrived. I sat down on the bench in the arrived hall and waited. Ina was still missing. I began to look around and found a table with information in a corner. There I saw that the flight from Kiev was delayed for 2 hours. Sure enough, after a 2-hour wait, I saw Ina coming out in the arrivals hall. She saw me, too. So we met to continue our journey together. We drove to our hotel for €5. It was really not a hotel, but a hostel, and Ina ordered it. In the hostel, we had a separate room with 2 beds and a toilet room. The room was so small that I could barely fit my suitcase. All the hotels in the Baltic states, Ina ordered without to have advice with me. If there are others in a similar style, I am silent. I spread out my things and decided to wash my hair. I went to the bathroom. There was a shower stall with 2 doors. I tried to move one of them, but it flew out of the rails and fell with a crash. The glass shattered. Good thing I didn't get in the shower yet. Glass was everywhere, even in my hair. The attendant came and began to remove the glass. Actually, everything in this hostel was dilapidated. As told by the attendant, this hostel belongs to the family. The principal owner lives somewhere in Europe, and here in the hostel, his cousin manages. The receptionist wanted us to express our dissatisfaction with the manager, who was supposed to be on duty tomorrow. I agreed that it was wrong and promised to talk to the manager. After a long flight, we were hungry. The hostel had a kitchen. Ina ran to the nearest grocery store, and we had a good dinner. It was already late in the evening, and we postponed our tour of the city until morning. The night went well. In the morning, we had breakfast with what was left over and went to explore the city. Tallinn, located in northern Europe, on the southern shore of the Gulf of Finland, 80 kilometers south of Helsinki. Geographically and culturally, it is part of northern Estonia. There were developed a ferry service between northern countries. From Tallinn, you can sail to Helsinki, Finland, Stockholm, Sweden, to the Åland Islands, Finland, to Rostock, Germany, and St. Petersburg, Russia. Not far from our hostel was one of the ferry terminals. The most popular passenger line connects Tallinn with Helsinki, 80 kilometers. The journey takes from 90 minutes, on a high-speed ferry, to 3 hours, on a regular one. Tallinn's port is visited by numerous cruise ships from all over the world, whose passengers make excursions around the city. If I had known about this in advance, I could have planned a visit to Finland. As usual, the tour begins with the historical part of the city, or called the Old Town. The Old Town is a charming medieval town that attracts narrow streets, Gothic buildings, weathercocks, tiled roofs, and a fortress wall with a scattering of towers. Tallinn's Old Town is preserved in very good condition and is an ancient monument and listed in the UNESCO register. We had information about the most famous churches. This is the Church of St. Nicholas the Wonderworker, Nikolskaya Church, built in 1820 on the site of an older church and became the first domed building in the Old Town. Tallinn Dome Cathedral is considered the oldest church in the capital of Estonia. The cathedral was built on the site of an early wooden church, the first mention of which dates back to 1233. The Dome Cathedral Tower was built in the Baroque style, and numerous chapels belong to later architectural styles. Nikolist Church, St. Nicholas Church, is a Lutheran church, museum located in the Old Town. This church, named after the patron saint of all seafarers, St. Nicholas, was founded by German merchants in the 13th century. Olaviste Church, St. Olav, the tallest building in medieval Europe, built in the Gothic style. The first mention dates back to 1267. The height of the spire is 124 meters. There is an observation deck where you can admire the ancient Tallinn. The Dominican monastery was founded in Tallinn in 1246. The most notable building in this typical monastic complex is the Church of St. John the Baptist. Katerina, Catherine, built presumably at the end of the 14th century. From the first years of the monastery's existence, a school operated informally under it. In the autumn of 1968, a branch of the Tallinn Museum with an exhibition of works by medieval stonecutters was opened on the monastery's preserved and restored territory. Unfortunately, we couldn't visit all these places. There wasn't enough time. Of all the churches to visit, we chose the Orthodox Cathedral of St. Alexander Nevsky. We walked through the narrow streets of Tallinn and suddenly came to a wide square where music was blaring, and there were stalls with a lot of goods on them. There was behind the counter stood a woman in national dress. It was a Sunday fair. We went further. Our goal was the Alexander Nevsky Cathedral complex. The Orthodox Cathedral of St. Alexander Nevsky was built in 1900 to honor the miraculous rescue of Emperor Alexander III in a railway accident on October 17, 1888. Of the 8 proposed options for the cathedral construction, the best place was the square in front of the governor's palace. This building now became the Parliament. The cathedral was solemnly consecrated on April 30, 1900. According to Estonian legend, the grave of the national Estonian hero Kalevi Poeg located on the site of the cathedral. In the early 1960s, the government wanted to rebuild the cathedral into a planetarium. Bishop Alexei Ridiger, the future Patriarch of Moscow and all Russia Alexei II, saved it. Now the church is the Orthodox Cathedral of Tallinn in Estonia. It located on the highest point of the city, so after leaving the church and walking a few meters, we came to the observation deck, which offers a fantastic view of the city and the bay. After walking around the old town, we went down to the new part of the city. We should go to the bus station to buy a ticket for Riga. The next point on our route was Latvia. The Baltic region has a well-developed network of intercity bus services. Therefore, it was convenient for us to take a direct ride to Riga, only 4 hours. We had to get to the bus station somehow. The easiest way was to take a taxi. But how do we stop a taxi? We walked along a wide street where cars were racing. According to the old Soviet habit, we tried to vote by hand, but the cars did not stop. I thought maybe to go to the side street, probably easier to find a taxi there, and I said about it to Ina. It turned out that this thought was correct. Besides, we came across a restaurant by accident. Then we remembered that we had been hungry for a long time and it would be nice to eat. I had a good breakfast, but Ina only ate fruit and chocolate, and by this time, she was starving. The meal was delicious and filling. We paid €12 for everything. A similar meal in Switzerland would cost 4 times as much. I even did not eat everything they put on my plate. The leftovers I took with me. After lunch and a little rest, we left the restaurant and almost immediately saw a taxi. The taxi driver took us to the bus station for €6. In all Baltic countries, the monetary currency is the euro. It was very convenient. I had changed dollars to euros at the bank in advance, back in Houston, and felt comfortable. At the bus station, we purchased bus tickets for the Lux Express Group company. This company is really from the category of luxury. Comfortable buses with computers built into the backs of the seat, where you can entertain yourself. The fare is only about $25. In translation, you could also buy tickets for another company a little cheaper, as Ina said, but I convinced her that it was still 4 hours and the cost of $25 is not so expensive. I had never traveled with Ina, so I was a little concerned about her pettiness. Back to the hostel, we decided to walk. It was useful to walk and get to know the city better. We had a map, and our reference point was the tram line that ran from the bus station almost to our dorm. We walked slowly through the whole of modern Tallinn, almost at the very end, got a little lost, but immediately found the right way and soon came to our place. It was the 8th of July, Ina's birthday. She suggested going to a restaurant to celebrate her holiday. Next to our hostel was a large hotel, Europe. Fortunately, there was a restaurant there. We went in and made a reservation. Before going to the restaurant, we had another hour and a half for a little rest. In the restaurant, we had a good time. The next morning, we packed up, had breakfast, and went to the bus stop, which was almost there. We thought of ordering a taxi, but the hostess of the hostel told us that we could get a bus cheaper. I was a little worried about the bulkiness of my suitcase, but the bus was almost empty, and we drove safely to the bus station. We found our bus on the parking lot and at 12:30 were already sitting in it. There were 4 hours of a ride ahead. Goodbye Tallinn. I liked Tallinn very much. We didn't have much time, but those hours spent in this city allowed us to enjoy what we saw and get new impressions. 13.2. Riga. We arrived in Riga closer to 5 o'clock in the evening. First of all, we found a ticket office and bought tickets to Vilnius, because our next city on our route will be Vilnius. After that, we took a taxi and went to the hotel. The hotel was on the second floor. The stairs are steep, and there is no elevator. I dragged my suitcase to the office. They put us in a room. 2 separate beds, much more space than in a hostel in Tallinn. Literally behind the wall is the kitchen. You can drink tea and warm up food. At registration, the receptionist advised an excellent cafeteria. Lido explained how to get there. We found a cafeteria without difficulty, ate very tasty and not very expensive. There was a square nearby. We walked around the square and sat down on a bench. It was so good in my heart that I did not want to get up and go somewhere again. But the sun was setting, and we should go back to the hotel. On the way, we stopped at a grocery store and bought something for breakfast. The next day was dedicated to exploring the city. Riga is the capital of Latvia and the largest city in the Baltic states, with a population of more than 600,000 people. The city located on both banks of the river Daugava, near its confluence with the Gulf of Riga. Riga is home to buildings of various styles, from the medieval architecture of the old city to modern. The historical center of the city included in the UNESCO World Heritage List. We asked for directions to the Old Town. The landmark was the 42-meter Monument of Freedom, which located on the border between the old and new towns. Old Riga is the historical and geographical center of Riga on the right bank of the Daugava River. After the demolition of the city wall, open squares were formed and transformed into a city park with a city canal that separated the old Riga from the new. The center of the old town is the Town Hall Square, where Riga's town hall and the building of the Blackheads located. The Blackheads building was destroyed during the war and was restored only in 1999. Gothic at its core building with a facade in the style of the Dutch Renaissance was used a trade association of the Blackheads as a place for meetings. There is a statue of Roland in the square in front of it. I remembered. Long ago, back in Lvov, my mother had a friend, Olya, who was one of the Blackheads family's sisters. Maybe their roots are also from Latvia. In 1211, Bishop Albert Buxkevden laid the foundation of the Dom Cathedral. Its central part was completed during the XIV 15 centuries. Due to repeated destruction, the height of its tower since 1776 is 90 meters, while the height of the wooden tower, built around 1590, reached 140 meters. At the end of the 19th century, an organ was installed there. That is considered one of the largest and best organs in the world. We arrived at this cathedral just in time. A few minutes later, a 20-minute concert of organ music began. After the Dome Cathedral, we came across the Church of St. Peter, which successfully competes with the Dome Cathedral in beauty and majesty, and the monument to the Brementown musicians next to it. And there was a beautiful thick gunpowder tower covered with green and red ivy. Fragments of the film, 17 Moments of Spring, were shot in the old town, including the famous scene of the tragic end of Professor Pleischner, as evidenced by the hotel, Eustace, and the restaurant, Alex, directly opposite the very building from the window of which the unfortunate professor went on his last journey. Here in the square, we looked into a cozy cafe. I remembered from the student's time, I had heard about the famous Riga Black Balsam. Looking at the menu, I saw it among the drinks and ordered it. Following my example, Ina did the same. I tasted and felt such a bouquet of herbs that I instantly fell in love with this drink. The weather was excellent. The mood was also good. Why not take a walk in the park? We started with Kronwald Central Park, which runs along the city's canal. Standing on the bridge, we noticed a river tram on the canal. We came closer and found out that we could ride along the canal and get out at the river Daugava's mouth. We sailed past the towering Monument of Freedom, symbolizing the independence of Latvia, under bridges. There are about 80 in Riga, large and small, old and new, and the most famous of them connect the banks of the full-flowing Daugava, or, as it called in Russia, the Western Dvina. The futuristic building of the National Library on the other bank of the river resembles a radar station in design. After traveling by boat, Ina and I walked through the park. Suddenly we heard the sounds of singing coming from a small stage. It was a rehearsal for a performance at a local festival. We sat and listened. The rest is good because you are not tense, just relaxed. You don't have to rush anywhere, just wander around, and suddenly come across some pleasant event. On the way to the hotel, we came across the Orthodox Cathedral of the Nativity of Christ. The location of this magnificent Orthodox church in the center of Riga is symbolic. It was Orthodoxy that was historically the first Christian confession to spread on the Latvian land. The main Christian shrines in the cathedral, the most solemn services performed, and the most important events of church life occur under its majestic arches. The next day we had planned a trip to Yermala, namely the town of Majority, which is home to the Zinter Theatre, which hosted international music festivals. The train to Yermala left from the railway station. We were empty-handed, so we decided to walk. Recently, we have started to like to walk. This way, you learn more about an unfamiliar place. Yermala is the largest resort on the coast of the Gulf of Riga. The population is about 50,000 inhabitants. The distance from the center of Yermala to the center of Riga is 25 kilometers. Modern Yermala consists of a series of historically fishing villages that eventually merged and occupied the territory of the Riga seaside, which stretches for 32 kilometers in length and 3 kilometers in width between the Gulf of Riga and the Lilupe River. We learned that the easiest way to get to Yermala was by train. Trains leave every half hour from 6 a.m. to midnight. The ticket costs €1.40 one way. Half an hour ride, and we are at the Majority station. We got out of the train and confused. Where to go? We looked where all the people were going and followed them. When I heard the word Yermala, I imagined a fairy tale place. In reality, everything was more prosaic. A wide pedestrian street led from the railway station to the coast, lined with small shops and small restaurants. About 15 to 25 minutes later, we reached the Baltic Sea. There was pure white sand underfoot, and small waves on the sea. The sea was quite shallow near the shore. I went into the water up to my ankles and felt that the water was cold. Strange, it was almost the middle of July. I had no desire to swim, but Ina was a brave woman. She threw herself into the cold water of the Baltic Sea and began to swim. I found the nearest bench and sat down to wait for my companion. The beach was half empty. A woman of retirement age sat next to me. We were acquainted. It turns out that she and her husband came to Yermala on vacation. Her husband came up, and it was clear from him that he was not at all happy with this rest. He didn't like it. Cold sea, boredom. He would prefer to go fishing somewhere in the Moscow region. They left, and after them, an elderly thin woman with 3 children. A teenage girl and a boy and a girl about 6 years old sat down on the same bench. Like the previous family, they are also Muscovites, and in Yermala, they have something like a vacation house, and this older woman and her grandchildren spend summertime there. In the 2000s, many wealthy Russians got a vacation house in Yermala. These Russians have formed a whole colony. In fact, it is like the third wave of emigration. Middle-class entrepreneurs and wealthy people looked for a quiet and comfortable place to live in Latvia. Some left Russia for the sake of their children's future. In Latvia, quickly to get a residence permit if you have real estate. It is not easy to find a job in Latvia, and when we were surprised to ask what kind of future they are going to for their children, they replied that all the doors are open from Latvia to the EU countries as a future there. Many people, especially young people living in the Baltic states, go to the European Union to work. After visiting the sea, we went to the city. It was time for lunch, and we decided to have a snack. We went to a restaurant on the way. We ordered fish in sour cream sauce and drinks, of course, Riga balsam. I've never tasted anything more delicious than this fish. Praise the Latvian cooks. They cook very well. Once again, I did not regret that I came to the Baltic states. There was still time, and we went to the park. It was hard to call it a park in the usual sense. It's more like a pine forest. There were many attractions for children and teenagers. Rope ladders were strung up between the trees to be climbed at different levels of complexity. Some were at a very high altitude. It was interesting to see how young people overcome these difficulties. It's a pity that I'm already far removed from this age. I wonder if, at their age, I wouldn't be afraid to climb to such a height. We also need to see the Gintari concert hall. It turns out we passed it and didn't notice when we went to the beach. In our view, this is a sizable grand building, but it was a small building enclosed by a high metal fence and a passageway. We asked for permission to take a closer look and take some photos, but officials did not let us come. So we left with nothing. On the way back to the railway station, we decided to stop at the store, Riga Balsam, and buy this drink at least in a souvenir package. We were looking for this store, afraid to miss it, and then we were called by a woman sitting on a bench. We came up. The woman invited us to sit down. It turned out that she is also a Muscovite and leads an acting class at the Moscow Art Theater. I have never come so close to people in the artistic profession. We had a very interesting conversation. This woman's name is Vera. She has been vacationing in Yermala for many years. Previously, during the Soviet Union, it was more crowded and more fun. Many celebrities from the artistic world came. Now a lot has changed, and Yermala has lost its former attractiveness. Saying goodbye, we went further down the street and soon saw the store we needed. we returned to Riga with a pleasant memory of our day in Yermala. Of course, I did not see anything similar that my imagination drew, but I had a meeting with interesting people, so different, but the conversation with whom left pleasant memories. The next morning we had to get ready for the next step of the trip again. Our next and last destination in the Baltic states was the city of Vilnius in Lithuania. We arrived at the bus station by taxi, which we ordered at the hotel, for €3. We paid €10 to get to the hotel from the station. It was a big difference. The bus that took us was brand new, and we were its first passengers. The bus was manufactured in Spain. Why not set up such production in the Baltic states? There would be additional jobs. 13.3. Vilnius. We are already in Vilnius. We checked into the hotel. When we entered the room, it seemed that we were in a train car in a compartment with 2 beds. This room was the smallest of all, where we stayed in the Baltic states. The ceiling was at an angle of 45 degrees, and the only window was in this inclined plane above my bed. A notice was attached to the window to close the window in case of rain. The hotel administration is not responsible for a wet bed. With the rain in Vilnius, we were not lucky. Out of these 3 days and nights that we were in Vilnius, twice were the heaviest rain. I had to close the window in the middle of the night. It was a good thing that I managed to wake up with the first drops of rain. In general, it was romance and only. It was only 5 o'clock in the evening, and we decided to walk around the city center and find some restaurant. At registration, the clerk gave a map and shown how to find the right street. We missed the right turn and went much further. The streets were so narrow that we thought it was not a street, but just a passage between buildings. We began to question passers-by, but no one really could explain anything. We went at random and found the restaurant that the girl at the hotel recommended to us. I ordered the Lithuanian food zeppelins. This is something like dumplings, but very fat. I ate it with difficulty and thought that the food in Riga and Tallinn was better. Actually, after Tallinn and Riga, Vilnius gave me the impression of a cold, foreign, and not hospitable city. I felt it when we just entered the city. Here, I will write a few words about Vilnius. Vilnius is the capital and largest city of Lithuania. It is home to more than 500,000 people, the second largest city in the Baltic states. After Riga, it located in the extreme southeast of Lithuania, at the confluence of the Vilna River with the Valia River, 33 kilometers from the border with Belarus. Vilnius was first mentioned in 1323 as the capital of the Grand Duke Gediminas of Lithuania. The main attraction of Vilnius is the old town and its hills, streets, and buildings with numerous monuments and memorial tablets. There is the largest and most complex architectural ensemble, a complex of Vilnius University. Vilnius University is one of the few universities in Europe that still uses the buildings founded in the last quarter of the 16th century. The ensemble of Vilnius University occupies an entire quarter of the old town and consists of 13 buildings, including the Church of St. John and the Bell Tower, and 13 courtyards. Passing along the street, we accidentally saw a sign, University. We went into the courtyard and got to the church, where the service was at that time. We went no further because the evening was approaching. We should go back to the hotel, to our SV car. I'm kidding. We left all the main overview of the city for the next day. The review of the city began with the historical center. We were on our way to the cathedral square. Through the old streets of Piles, Castle, and Jay, we came to the cathedral and town hall square. Nearby, on the right side, was the castle hill, crowned by the Tower of Gediminas. The tower remains from the fortifications of the upper castle and is considered a symbol of the city. In 1960, the tower was equipped with an exhibition dedicated to the history of the city. There was a viewing platform on the roof that offers a panorama of the old town and the valley of the Valia River. Unfortunately, we couldn't get to the tower. Restoration work was carried out there, and the path was closed. The Castle Mountain is adjacent to the Mountain of Three Crosses. In the old days, bald or crooked. There are 3 white concrete crosses on the hill. We could only admire this monument from afar. On the cathedral square, we saw the monument of Prince Gediminas, the Cathedral of Saint Stanislaus and Saint Vladislav, the bell tower, and the town hall in the classical style. You can also see the panorama of the city from the bell tower. We bought tickets and started climbing the steps to the bell tower. I already had a similar experience in Geneva, but here was much more straightforward. Inside the bell tower, wooden stairs were built, which were much more comfortable to climb. It was a fascinating sight. From the height of the bell tower, the city could be seen for many kilometers around. The Cathedral of Saints Stanislaus and Vladislav and the Historical Center of Vilnius listed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. From the cathedral square, we went to see the Church of St. Anna. Church of St. Anna is a Gothic masterpiece. Outside, it's an attractive building, but inside, everything is straightforward. After this church, we were on our way to another church. It was the Church of St. Peter and Paul the Pearl of the Baroque. We asked how to get to this church and someone told only 2 trolleybus stops. We decided to walk. But it turned out that the stops were very long, and when we finally reached the place, my legs refused to move. Inside, the church was striking in its molding. The molding was done in white color, and there was not a millimeter of space where there was not this molding. Molding was beautiful, but when there is a lot of it, it creates a kind of oppressive feeling. To go back, we decided to take a bus. We rode 1 stop and again found ourselves at Cathedral Square. We felt that it was time to eat. There were many restaurants on Piles Street. We chose one. I ordered pork ribs. The dish looked delicious. I began to eat, and then I felt that unpleasant taste that I could not bear since childhood, the feeling of urine. It happens when the boar, which was used as a producer, unscrupulous sellers, out of greed, kill the boar for meat. I mentioned this to the waitress. Instead, they gave me another dish. Following Ina's example, I took dumplings with berries. Dumplings were also tasteless, thick dough. We were very dissatisfied with the dinner. I couldn't resist asking the waitress to tell the cook that he or she didn't know how to cook. Yes, Lithuania is different from other Baltic countries. On the way home, to somehow remove the unpleasant impression of lunch, we went to an ice cream parlor. And imperceptible, the weather was changed. A large black cloud moved over the city. We thought that we would make it to the hotel before the rain, but somewhere in the middle of the way, we were caught in torrential rain. It was sunny and hot in the morning, and I didn't take my jacket. Ina opened the umbrella, but it was small for 2 people. My right side was thoroughly drenched, and my sandals were sloshing with water. We barely found our street, which led us to the hotel. Small old buildings, charming cozy streets, give the city the flavor of medieval antiquity, but not in heavy rain. We lost in this twisted tangle of these streets. We hid in a kind of passage between the buildings. An older woman stood nearby. We addressed her in Russian, in English, but she indicated by gestures that she did not understand us. I think that she still understands Russian because of her age, but she just didn't want to help us. Ina went to investigate and began to insist on the direction, but I thought that she was mistaken and was trying to go the same way from where we had just come. But it turned out that I was wrong, and she was right. It was good that we closed the window when leaving the room. My bed was kept dry. The next day we planned a trip to Trakai. Being in Vilnius, we should see this medieval fairy tale castle. From Vilnius to Trakai, we rode by bus. Trakai is a small town with 4 lakes and many islands that attract with their beauty. Trakai is one of the oldest Lithuanian settlements. The pride of the city and Lithuania is the famous medieval Trakai castle. There is only one castle in Eastern Europe on the island surrounding water. The history of the city dates back to the 13th century when the great Lithuanian prince Gediminas ordered the establishment of Old Troki on the landscape and built a castle there. So, in the Middle Ages, Old Trakai was the center of settlements, which included the Principality of Trakai, which allowed the city to grow into the Lithuanian state's capital. Since the 20th century, the reconstruction of the Trakai Castle, which today houses the Historical Museum, has begun. From the bus station to Trakai Castle was about 2 kilometers. We could ride upon an improvised tram for €2, but Ina decided to walk, so as not to pay, and I followed her. My right heel still ached, and Ina was as tireless as a dragoon horse. Rain clouds hung over us, but it started to rain about halfway down the road. It was a good thing that this time I took a raincoat, which saved me a little from the rain. As we approached the castle, the rain stopped. We crossed the bridge to the island and the castle. Ina stopped to take photos from time to time, and I lost sight of her. There were a lot of people around. I thought that Ina already at the ticket booth and went there. There was a queue, and I got in it. Ina was not there. There were still several people at the ticket booth when Ina came up to me. She angrily said that she stood at the entrance looked for me, and I didn't look for her but went straight to the register. I tried to say something to justify that we would have met anyway. In general, sometimes it is better to travel alone. No one is making any claims against you. Completed in the reign of Vytautas, Trakai Island Castle combined the functions of a fortress and a palace. The building was made in the Gothic style. The center of the castle's architecture is the Prince's Palace, surrounded by a thick fortress wall surrounded by 11 defensive towers. The palace's main halls were decorated with various stained glass windows and frescoes depicting the greatness of the princes. Internal wooden galleries simply connect the living areas. As any palace that century, there was a secret passage between the prince's bedroom and the treasury chamber that led to the courtyard. Surprisingly, the castle was equipped with an air heating system. Hot air, rising through pipes, warmed the cold stone walls of the castle. The Castle Museum is located in the Donjon Palace and the inner rooms of the outer fortress, adjacent to the wall. The large-scale painting is dedicated to the death of Prince Vytautas, who, despite accepting Christianity under Alexander's name, did not wait for the crown from Rome. A separate room is dedicated to the mentioned Battle of Grunwald. There is a copy of the painting by the Krakow artist Jan Matejko, which depicts the culmination of the fight when the master of the Teutonic Order was killed. Many historical figures are depicted on the canvas, including the mentioned Magister, the Polish King Jagiello, and Vytautas. Also, the hall presents a knight's armor and one of the first mortars. The fact is that the knights at the time of the battle already had the simplest firearms. In the basement, where the treasury located, Lithuanians' ancient treasures and other coins now displayed. The donjon's throne room, usually open to the public, is often used for public events. In addition to other exhibits displayed in the donjon's halls, I remember those that tell about the restoration of the castle. There is a fortress model as it was at the beginning of the XX century after the partial restoration of one of the towers. I was also surprised to see how many different forms of bricks were used in the construction of the castle. At first, I didn't think about it, and after all, the Gothic vaulted ceilings in most rooms of the castle cannot be built using only the usual rectangular details. The exhibition halls of the outer fortress display an extensive collection of various products. Among the collections presented, I remember hunting trophies, smoking pipes, seals, and ivory products. Tubes are not made of ivory, but of the so-called seafoam, a mineral extracted from the bottom of the sea and has all the necessary properties. I should add that the luxurious halls are decorated with stained glass windows and frescoes, and the local museum proudly preserves the memory of the country's history. After a tour, we returned to the mainland, near the place where the bridge departs to the central island. There were cafes, restaurants and souvenir shops where we bought magnets about Trakai Castle. We went to a restaurant for lunch. After eating and resting, we set off on our way back. It was no longer raining, and I made the return trip more comfortable. We reached the bus station, unnoticed. We were lucky with the bus. There were even empty seats in it. Half an hour later we were in Vilnius, and then in the hotel. It was the last night in the Baltic states. The next morning we fly to Odessa. In general, I am delighted with my trip to the Baltic states and happy that I somehow spontaneously came up with this idea of a journey, and I did not regret it. Indeed, I sometimes come up with some ideas as if by accident and out of nowhere. But if there is nothing accidental in our life, then I needed this trip for some reason. 13.4. Odessa. We took a bus to Vilnius Airport. The bus stop was a 10-minute walk from our hotel. There weren't many people on the bus, it was Sunday morning, and so my suitcase didn't bother anyone. We saved some money on a taxi. We flew to Odessa on Ukrainian Airlines. I had to pay an additional €55 for baggage check-in. I think it's a robbery, but I had to pay. A young man under 40 years of age, a Lithuanian, was sitting next to me on the plane. He told me that he now works in Norway and has his own company. He flies to rest on the Black Sea in Odessa. After Crimea's annexation to Russia, Odessa became a top-rated resort for Ukraine and the Baltic states. Many young from the Baltic states worked in different countries of the EU. This time is possible for them. From Odessa's airport, Ina and I took a taxi to the hotel, $20. We drove through Odessa's streets. I looked out the window and recognized and did not recognize this city. The last time I was in this city in my student's time. I had a lot of memories associated with this city and wrote about it in my previous books. At some point, I suddenly saw this building. My primary goal in Odessa was to see this building. Like an electric shock. Did I recognize this building after 50 years? When I planned this trip with a stop in Odessa, I did not expect that I would find this building, especially like this, passing in a taxi. Tell me, please, what are we driving down Bogdan Khmelnytsky Street for? I asked the driver. He nodded his head and asked in surprise. Are you familiar with Odessa? I am just a little. What is this side street we just passed? The driver couldn't answer. He called an acquaintance. This is the intersection of Bogdan Khmelnytsky and Zaporizhzhia streets. Not today, but tomorrow I will go there, I thought. The hotel was chic in comparison to the ones we lived in the Baltic states. Ulyana, my old friend from Lvov, was already waiting for us in the room. It means that the hotel is of a reasonably high quality of service, which did not make Ulyana sit in the lobby and wait for our arrival. I invited Ulyana to meet me in Odessa and then in Kiev. Who knows when we will meet again in this life? We are not young people. Many of my friends already left this world, and therefore we must take great care of our friendship with those who are still here. I also wanted to do something nice for Ulyana. She can't afford it, but I can. The room was the right size, and most importantly, the room had a balcony. Ulyana brought food and a bottle of wine. We were all hungry and decided to have lunch. We located on the balcony. Right next to our hotel was the Odessa Opera House. The weather was great. Good food and a bottle of wine created a pleasant atmosphere. Almost next to the hotel was the Seaside Boulevard, which became the main promenade for Odessa's residents and tourists. We reached the monument to Duke and the Potemkin stairs. Ina left us after a while. She went to the opera theater. She had bought tickets in advance. Ulyana and I stayed on the boulevard. We had a lot to talk about. As darkness fell, the alleys of the boulevard were illuminated with colored lights. Various kinds of music were playing on all sides, and people were walking around dressed up. It felt like a big celebration. In the morning, we had a delicious breakfast in the hotel restaurant. After breakfast, we went to the ferry agency, where we booked tickets for transportation from Chernomorsk to Batumi in advance. Our next destination after Odessa was Georgia, the city of Tbilisi. We could have flown by plane, but we decided to go by sea. Almost 2 days to breathe the fresh sea air. After all, it's excellent. We received tickets without problems. The day just started, and we decided to go to Cathedral Square. There was a magnificent building of the Transfiguration Cathedral, the largest in Odessa. The cathedral was founded in 1794. According to the plans, the construction was supposed to be completed in 2 years, but it delayed 11 years. The interior and lighting of the temple are magnificent. At the entrance to the temple, there is a feeling of an unusual abundance of light and space. The columns are lined with artificial white marble. White marble on the floor completes the picture of perfection. I felt radiant energy in this temple. So far the only one of all the temples that I have already visited during this trip. I sat down on a bench while Ina and Ulyana examined it. I didn't want to think about anything. It was excellent, just sit inside this temple. I didn't want to leave, but I should. It was nearly lunchtime, and we found something like a Soviet canteen. There were borscht and cutlets. It's just like old times. After dinner, I told my companions that I should go to Bogdan Khmelnytsky Street and see the building associated with my youth's memories and my first love for Stepan. I didn't force my companions. I could have gone alone, but they decided to go with me. We got into the van. There were a lot of people. Hot, sweaty people. Everything is so familiar from my past life. Asked where we should get off, barely got out of the bus. It turned out that we did pass our stop. So, asking passersby, we reached the beginning of Bogdan Khmelnytsky Street. Another half hour and here we are at this building. The entrance to the courtyard was closed by an iron gate. It was an innovation. This was not the case before. I tried to look inside. It was a pity, I'm here next to, but I can't get in. Fortunately, a woman with a child came to the gate from the street. She opened the gate, and I entered the courtyard with her. My companions were waiting for me at the bus stop. I recognized this courtyard. There should be toilets at the end of the yard. It is, the woman said. Then I saw the stairs to the second floor and walked across the balcony. There were 3 doors to different apartments. I remembered that Mila lived in an average apartment. I knocked on the door. An elderly woman answered the knock. I told her I was looking for Mila from this apartment. It turns out that a year ago, Mila still lived here with her husband and sick daughter, but they moved out somewhere. Seeing my disappointment, she said that she had their phone number. I was happy and asked her to give me the number. In my heart, I was surprised that Mila still lived in Odessa, when all the Jews left a long time ago, some to the United States, some to Israel. I didn't ask about Aunt Valia. New people were living in that apartment, and I don't think they knew anything about her. It's been 50 years. When I was young, she was already a grandmother, and I don't think she's still alive. I went down the stairs, and I was flooded with vivid memories of how I was then, many years ago, all in tears with bags down the stairs, and Stepan did not help me, did not accompany me to the station. Strangers sympathized with me, sending their daughters to accompany me to the train station. Yes, the affairs of the past days and God as their judge. With a piece of paper in my hand with the phone number, I went out of this building gate. I felt a deep sense of excitement. No, I didn't worry about what happened in the past. Just the thought that I found this house after 50 years raised a storm of emotions in me. I was just pounding from the excessive feelings. It is impossible to describe in words, and no one could understand how I felt at that moment. Ina noticed that the past should be left in the past. But it wasn't a memory from the past. It was something else. How can an outsider understand this? I didn't tell her anything. I just said that it was essential to me, and I didn't force anyone to come with me. In the evening, I called this number. However, at the other end was also Mila, but unfortunately not Markovskaya. My Mila with family, as I expected, a long time ago left for Israel. The woman who gave me the phone number got it wrong, unsurprisingly. So many years have passed. Like last night, Ulyana and I walked along the boulevard, and Ina was at the theater. I was a little sorry that Ulyana and I didn't join her. Yes, also, Ulyana did not take out clothes for the theater. I think she would have been uncomfortable with a dressed-up audience. The next day, Tuesday, July 17th, we went to the city beach. I did not want to swim at all, but Ina was burning with desire, so I had to give in. We passed through Shevchenko Park and went to the sea. People on the beach are like herring in a barrel. The beach was covering a gray seashell. There's dirt everywhere, the smell of rotting fish. The water in the sea was cold, despite July. Children frolic, It was not cold for them. There was a feeling of going back to the USSR. Ulyana didn't even undress. First, she sat on a rock near the sea and then went to the park on a bench. Is she shy about showing her body? This is already a kind of complex. No one looks at anyone on the beach. Everyone is busy with themselves. All people around are different. Thin, fat, young, and old. I remember that Ulyana was always very shy when she was young. She never wore makeup, and she went through life like this. Probably, the person, who was born such, remains throughout life. In the evening, Ulyana should be returned to Lvov by train. So after the beach, we went straight to our hotel. We walked through the streets of Odessa, past the old houses inside out. Primorsky Boulevard was put in order to attract tourists, but the rest of Odessa looked dilapidated and unkempt, like the yard of a negligent owner. With the departure of the Jews from the city, Odessa lost its zest. A unique flavor, that weather, this specific Odessa dialect. Now there are entirely different people living in the town that make this city a completely different. In the evening we went to the train station. It was beginning to rain. We have found the right platform and walked up to the car. The conductor took Ulyana's ticket and said everything is fine, but the ticket for tomorrow evening. What should we do? Tomorrow, early in the morning, Ina and I leave for Chernomorsk on the ferry. And what should Ulyana do all day alone in Odessa? We thought she might change her ticket for tonight. We stayed with her bags, and she ran to the ticket office. Fortunately for her, she was able to change her ticket. Luck was with her. It was already another car, almost at the end of the train. We had to run, as the train was about to leave. We put Ulyana in the car. We waited for the train to start and went back to our hotel. It was raining hard, but when we got to our hotel, it stopped. I didn't want to go anywhere, but Ina went to the seaside boulevard to take a couple more pictures and admire the evening illumination. The next morning we left Odessa. We were going to continue our trip. 13.5. On the ferry, Batumi. In the morning, after breakfast, we packed up and ready to go to Chernomorsk. We were called a taxi at the hotel, only $12. Taxis on call are always cheaper. Our driver turned out to be a fascinating person. He retired, but before that, he worked for the KGB in the analytical department. In a pleasant conversation, we did not notice how we arrived at the port. After the documents and tickets were checked, at 2 o'clock we were on the ferry. A ferry is a large cargo ship. On the lowest deck were loaded wagons with cargo. On the next highest deck, we counted 25 heavy trucks. Even higher, there were travelers' vehicles. There were 150 passengers, including truck drivers. We were assigned a cabin on Deck 8. Deck 7th was assigned for administration, restaurant, bar, a small shop. The ferry is intended mainly for cargo transportation. For passengers, there was no entertainment. There was no internet, either. It would be nice if there could play music discs and show videos. But alas. The ferry belonged to Lithuania, and Ukraine leased this ferry. Only recently, Ukraine bought it. This was actually the first voyage as the property of Ukraine. On the ferry, we had 3 meals a day during the voyage. It was well prepared and varied. It memorized me a pioneer or student camp. There was fruit compote for lunch. At 3 o'clock we had lunch. After dinner, we went on deck. There was another ferry nearby, and port cargo cranes. We went up to deck 9 and up to the captain's cabin. There were benches and tables on the 9th and 8th decks. After making a tour of the upper decks, we sat down on a bench. It was 5 o'clock in the evening, but the ferry was still in port. Clouds came up, it began to rain, and I had to go back to my cabin. There were 2 bunks in the cabin, one above the other, table, and toilet with shower, generally normal conditions. Ina gave me the lower bunk. At 7 o'clock we were invited to dinner. On the way to the restaurant, we met the administration's head and asked when we would finally go to move. "We are already moving," he said cheerfully. We went out on the open deck. Indeed, we were already moving. The ferry was moving so quietly that you couldn't feel it at all. The next day was sunny and warm, and even at noon, it was very hot. We spent most of our time outdoors. We were surrounded by the sea and the clear sky above us. The sea was calm, and the ferry carried its vast, substantial body majestically. And in the evening there was a magnificent sunset. The sky was lit up with all the colors of the spectrum. On Friday, July 20th, we arrive at the port of Batumi, Georgia. From the sea, Batumi looked fabulous. We grabbed our cameras to capture these views. From Batumi, we had to go to Tbilisi. We knew in advance that we would be able to leave Batumi by bus, which left 4 times a day, 9 a.m., afternoon, 3 and 6 p.m. We were late at 9 a.m. We didn't dock until 11 a.m. We were hoping to make it to the afternoon. But it turned out that in Georgia, the time was moved forward by 1 hour compared to Odessa. So we were late for the afternoon schedule. Also, we should go through passport control. Customs officers were expected. When they arrived, there was a large queue that moved very slowly. I had a feeling we wouldn't be able to catch the 3 o'clock bus. I went to the administrator and asked him to help us pass the control without waiting in line. He said he had no authority. Then I went to the customs officer on duty, which regulated passengers' flow, and told him about my concern. He entered our position and let us go ahead. The control procedure for Ina and me took no more than 5 minutes. We received a mark in the passport, and the door to Georgia was opened. We took the elevator down to the first floor. There was an exit to the port. We had to walk past train cars that were still standing on the ferry. In places, the aisle was so narrow that I could barely squeeze through with my suitcase. Finally, we were outside the port gates. We saw a taxi right away. The driver was a young man who did not know Russian at all and very little English. Once we explained that we need the central bus station, he brought us, but it was not the station we needed. Ina showed him a picture of a regular bus. Then he took us to where we needed to be. When we got in the taxi, we agreed for $5, but he asked for twice as much when he brought us. This angered us, and we gave only the amount we had agreed on in advance. The streets we drove did not give us the rosy impression that we had seen from the sea. The old houses, the streets cover were of poor quality. Batumi is probably like other former USSR cities. The center is well maintained, and everything else is dilapidated. We entered the building of the bus station. At the entrance, we met a man who offered to go by minivan. We thought he was private owners and refused. We wanted to take the bus. We went to the ticket office and asked for 2 tickets. In the ticket office was 2 cashiers, a young girl and a guy. A girl was talking to us. She said there were no tickets for the bus. When I said that we will thank you and are willing to pay more for tickets, she said that there is only one ticket. And what about the second? It was not possible to sit on step 5 hours for the second person. I began to negotiate a second ticket, but then Ina intervened that she did not want to overpay, and the girl closed up and kept repeating only one ticket. Suddenly, a woman came up to us and said that we could go by minivan ready to leave in half an hour. She took us to her ticket office and gave tickets. The ticket price was $11. We walked away and sat down on a bench to wait for our transport. Then we heard a loud altercation between this woman and the man we first met. It turns out that there is a real struggle for passengers at this station, in general, the carrier mafia. At 2 o'clock that woman came for us and took to the minivan. I sat in the front. A young woman sat next to me, closer to the driver. Ina got a seat inside the salon. All the seats in the vehicle were occupied. We'll have to drive 6 hours like this. It's good that at least so. I didn't want to stay in Batumi. Ina planned before to take time to swim in the sea in the Batumi. Unfortunately, there was no time for this at all. 13.6. Tbilisi. Tour to the surrounding area. The way to Tbilisi was a whole poem. The road was mostly single track with heavy traffic. There are a lot of heavy trucks on the road. Sometimes it was scary, and it added a lot of gray hair to me. Our driver was simultaneously talking on the phone, smoking, and overtaking the cars ahead by millimeters, avoiding a collision. I remarked to him, but he didn't understand me. He probably didn't know any other language except Georgian. I asked my neighbor to translate my words. He stopped talking on the phone for a while, but then someone called him, and he was talking again. I got tired of telling him off and took my chances. In some localities on the roads of wandering cows nipping the grass, soaked in the exhaust gases. 6 hours later, we finally entered Tbilisi. I asked my neighbor where we should get off. The driver stopped the car, someone got out, and my neighbor advised us to get out there. There were a lot of taxis waiting for clients. We knew approximately how much a taxi costs to get to our hotel. Ina was particularly sensitive to this. I didn't think she was so petty and didn't even want to spend an extra penny for herself. Working in the United States, she invested all the money she earned to build a house near Kiev, where, I understand, she was planning to live with her younger son and his family. But it turned out that the younger son's wife is not happy with this prospect, and Ina should stay in their old apartment. At least she had it. One of the taxi drivers, an older man, opened the door for us and invited into the car. The car was old and right-hand drive. I was surprised where right-hand drive cars come from in Georgia. As we drove away from the parking lot, he asked for twice the price we expected. Ina screamed at him to stop the car. But the man kept driving. I tried to calm Ina down. The road was jammed with cars. It was Friday night. People were returning from work, or maybe going out of town for the weekend. The separation of the bands was not in sight. At some point, our car barely managed to avoid the collision. A millimeter away from us was another car. Finally, we reached the hotel. We gave the driver half of what he demanded and went to look for the hotel entrance. It was the second time in Georgia we had to quarrel with drivers about the fare. They probably didn't wish us well in their hearts, I think. This hotel was a family-type hotel and occupied one floor in a multi-store building. The room we were put in, with 2 beds. The entire wall along my bed was a mirror, consisting of triangular pieces. A mirror along the bed is not right, and even more so consisting of pieces. The next morning we had a good breakfast. We asked for a taxi and went to the train station. We should buy a train ticket to Baku. The station, apparently newly built, was large and spacious. There were many different shops in the building. On the floor where the ticket office is located, it was a queue. When we got to the checkout, it turned out that credit cards are not accepted for payment. I should find an ATM and take money in the local currency. Outside of the train station, the most places was occupied by a market. Stalls were also placed along the narrow street. It was awkward to move through the crowd of buyers and sellers. Finally, we got out of the crowd. There was a small square across the road. We went into it and unfolded the map. The landmark was the stadium, which was next to the square. We noticed that people of the homeless type were lying on a bench in the square, and a group of men was drinking not far away. We hurried away from this square. Roughly understood in which direction we go. Soon we found ourselves in a large beautiful square, Marianishvili subway station. We went further from the square, and the modern city got to its old part. Tbilisi lies at the crossroads between Europe and Asia, and therefore many peoples and figures have left their traces here. The city's name translates as warm spring, and indeed Tiflis, as the capital was called before 1936, was based on warm springs, where the sulfur baths now located. Most of old Tbilisi today is represented by houses of the second half and the end of 19th century. Our way lay to the temple of Sminda Samiba. Another name of this place is the Cathedral of the Holy Trinity. We thought that as always go to the temple by walk. After asking passers-by, we realized that we would not get there just walk. We should take the subway to the station, Avlabari. To get a subway, we had to go back to the square to the Marianishvili subway station. It's a good thing we didn't get far. I don't like to go back, but sometimes I have to. At the subway station, we went to the ticket office to buy entrance tickets. It turned out that not everything is so simple. First, you need to buy an electronic card, and then transfer a certain amount to this card for trips. This is probably convenient for a permanent resident, but it was not suitable for us. We just needed 2 one-way tickets. One of the men in the checkout line helped. He put an extra amount on his card for our tickets, and we went through. We gave him money for the cost of our tickets. The man was garrulous. He got off at the same station and showed us where to go next. The narrow street kept going up. It was not easy for me to cover this distance. My heel hurt. But I am a hardy man. Slowly, I got over it. The most magnificent temple of Georgia, Sminda Samiba, is spread out on a hill, and it is almost visible from any point of the city. This is the main cathedral of the entire Georgian Orthodox Church. The territory is simply huge, more than 5,000 square meters. It will take a lot of time to get around it and review everything. From the outside, the temple seems huge, immense, and inside of the perfect work of talented people. Right at the entrance to the territory of the cathedral, in the main gate, there is a small church shop. After climbing the numerous steps to the central entrance to the temple, we stopped at a platform that clearly shows part of Tbilisi's city. We entered the temple through beautiful side doors with ornate carvings. In the Temple of Samiba, there were many icons made of gold. The floor was covered with marble tiles, and some of the columns are made of marble. The church has 9 chapels, 5 of which are underground and 13 thrones. At the side entrances and in the underground second floor there are shops where, in addition to candles, you can buy souvenirs of church themes. Sminda Samiba, an unusual cathedral, in addition to a very high above-ground part, it has 2 underground floors. You can go down to them by stairs, or go directly from the street. A huge gloomy hall occupies the first floor with many columns. On the second, the lower church dedicated to the Annunciation of the Blessed Virgin, a very cozy place. In addition to a small church shop, there are 2 empty marble sarcophagi. Later, church administration planned to bring 2 Georgian tsars, Vakhtang V and Teimuraz E from Astrakhan, and reburial them. On the territory of the temple complex, there are many other buildings. The original belfry, the residence of the patriarch, a hotel for pilgrims, a monastery, a theological seminary, and an academy. There is a beautiful park with comfortable benches, beautiful flower beds, and drinking fountains, a small zoo with swans and peacocks, a tiny apiary, and even restaurant, Lagidze Water. Separately, I want to highlight the bell tower, which located to the left of the entrance to the temple's main gate. It was a very unusual and original building. The Holy Trinity Cathedral is one of the newest buildings in Tbilisi. Its history began in 1989, when important events in Georgia's life were celebrated: the 1500th anniversary of the autocephaly of the Georgian Church and the 2000th anniversary of Christianity. Unfortunately, due to difficulties in the country, the temple's construction began only in 1995, according to tradition, laying the foundation of relics from sacred sites. In 2002, the first service was held, and on November 23, 2004, on the day of St. George, it was consecrated. The construction was carried out exactly 9 years, but the interior work, wall painting, is not finished to this day. Some people are quite skeptical of Sminda Samiba because the building is made almost on the bones. It is all the fault of the place chosen for the construction, namely the part of the Avlabar district where the Armenian cemetery used to be located. Rumor has it that the remains unearthed in the ground were not properly reburied. Perhaps of this, to smooth out the tension between people, the dome of the cathedral was made in the Armenian style. After walking around the temple, we decided to see the presidential palace located within the temple's walking distance. The streets along which we walked to the presidential palace were very different from the temple's splendor we had just seen. We came to the presidential palace, but we couldn't see it up close. All approaches to it were blocked. We went down from the hill to the hollow where the city located. We passed the flower house, the Ministry of Justice. This building looks like a big white water lily from above. From the embankment, we were able to photograph the presidential palace's beautiful architecture, which towered over the river. Continuing along the embankment, we soon saw 2 unusual buildings: the State Theatre of Music and Drama and the bridge. The bridge is a glass pedestrian bridge over the Kuru River built in 2010 and quickly became a symbol of Tbilisi's rebirth. The bridge looks like the shell of a giant turtle. The architect was Italian. The designer was French. The bridge turned out to be very interesting, although some people do not like it. They say that its name is laying, also, Enriched Park. There is a cable car that takes tourists up the hill to the Narikala fortress. But today there are enough excursuses for us. We postponed the cable car ride until tomorrow, crossed the bridge, and immediately found ourselves in the old city's small square. All around them, on the street, were the tables of numerous restaurants. Then we felt that we were very hungry. We found an empty table and ordered food. After eating and resting, we went back to the hotel. Our way passed through the old quarters, and we went straight to the Rezo Gabriadze Marionette Theater. Rezo Gabriadze created a very unusual marionette theater in Tbilisi, a quaint house with a clock tower. Every hour a golden-winged angel appears from the painted doors and knocks on the bell with a hammer. And at 12:00 o'clock afternoon and 7 at the evening you can see a mini performance in the tower. Cycle of life. After a while, we turned into Pushkin Street and noticed a deep trench. This is the excavation of an ancient temple. It discovered when restored several buildings located here. After seeing these archaeological finds, the city government decided to start large-scale research. Unique masonry proves that these ruins more than 1 century old. You can see several layers of city life there. At the end of the excavation, the road was paved again. But they left open the ruins of the fortress wall. Before, I have seen such tunnels in Rome. In Rome, as well, you walk along the sidewalk, like on the ground, and then look down, over the fence, and there are still 5 meters down the catacombs go. Then we went to Square of Freedom. On this square there was once a monument. Who would you think? Of course, it was Lenin, actually, as in many cities of the Soviet Union. Now this square is decorated with a column with St. George the Victorious, killing a snake. The city administration offices and the Marriott Hotel also located here. We went through an underground pedestrian crosswalk to Shota Rustaveli Street, which started from this square and where our hotel located. After many kilometers of walking, I could barely move my legs, often stopping to rest. In my opinion, Ina was still full of energy. She often stopped, photographing the objects she liked. I wasn't up to it anymore. I'd like to get to my room. Sunday, July 22nd, it was another full day in Tbilisi. We decided to see the Narikala fortress. It could be reached to walk or by cable car. On the way to the cable car, we stopped at a sizable general store. Ina's sunglasses broke. I encouraged her to buy good, branded glasses for almost $100. We arrived at the Rezo Gabriadze Marionette Theater around noon. There, on a small patch of the site, many people have already gathered to watch a mini performance in the tower. The Cycle of Life. I recorded the performance on the camera for memory. After the performance ended, we went to Ricky Park for a cable car ride. It is worth climbing the cable car 5 lari in one direction, 10 there and back, but it is more interesting to walk down. I did so. The views from the cableway are fantastic, but the fear of heights came over me, and I had a panic attack. The entire climb takes less than 5 minutes, but I had to overcome it with my eyes closed. But after getting up and leaving the booth, I gasped at the panoramic views of Tbilisi. There were also many shops with souvenirs and soft drinks. On the other side of the hill was the Tbilisi Botanical Garden. Here, on the hill, we took a closer look at the statue of Mother Kartli. In right hand, Kartli's mother holds a sword for those who have come with war, and in left hand, a cup of wine for the guests who have come with peace. This monument was built on top of a hill Salaccio to commemorate the 1500th anniversary of Tbilisi. At first, it was wooden, then aluminum, and in the 90s, it was replaced by towers over Tbilisi now. On the other side of the cable car, there is a path to the Narikala Fortress. Narikala Fortress, this defensive structure, was built more than 1,500 years ago. The entrance to the fort is free, as in most fortresses and temples in Georgia. The temple itself is also open to enter. Around the temple goes the fortress wall up. The highest point is near the cross above the fortress, but it is not very convenient to climb there. There are no steps in places, and I could not climb, so I gave up the idea. I went down the hill. The descent took about 15 minutes. Ina went back to the cable car. We agreed to meet downstairs. I went down and found myself in the old town. This is the Tbilisi, where narrow streets climb steeply up the mountain, where carved wooden balconies peacefully coexist with modern banners of hotels and restaurants. Here everything remains almost the same as it was 50 and 100 years ago. We were returning along the upper street, and near one of the shops, we were stopped by a young girl and offered to spend the next day with an excursion. Ina went to the office with her, and I waited outside. Call me. I had no plans to go to this excursion. In the evening at almost 9 o'clock we had a train to Baku. So I thought we shouldn't go far out of town. I don't understand how I agreed to this adventure. But this girl who offered us an excursion assured that we would be back in time and would even take us to the train station. The excursion included visits to MTSKHETA, JVARI, Gori, and UPLISTSIKHE. The next morning, we packed our bags, said goodbye to the hospitable hotel staff, ordered a taxi, and drove to the store from which our excursion bus departed. We drove up and couldn't find the store we needed. I wish I had taken a picture of this store yesterday. Ina stayed with our luggage, and I went along the street. Next to it was the office of another travel agency. I asked if they knew anything about travel agency that we were looking for. They told me that there are many such travel agencies here. I thought we were just tricked yesterday. I left the office and then saw that a young man was standing near Ina. I came up and found out that this is our ex-course guide, and we were not deceived yesterday. The girl from yesterday came up. Her name was Diana. We paid the rest money for the trip. The half amount we paid yesterday. A bus pulled up. There were 14 people in our group. Half of them Russian speakers and half of them foreigners. Our guide had to tell everything in 2 languages. The first object we visited was the ancient capital of Georgia, Emtisheta. The holy city of Emtisheta, founded in the V century BC, is also called the Second Jerusalem and the soul of Georgia. The architectural monuments of this city are recognized as World Heritage by UNESCO. This ancient city remained the capital of Georgia, Kartli, until the V century. According to legend, the city was founded by the legendary Emtisheta, a descendant of the biblical Noah. The most important architectural structure in the city is the huge Svetitz Haveli Cathedral, the Cathedral of the Life-Giving Pillar, which was built here in the 11th century. 20 minutes and we are in Emtisheta. We got off the bus and walked along the main street to the cathedral. Our guide spoke for a long time about the city's history, about the cathedral, first in Russian, then in English. I listened to everything in Russian, and the repetition in English again was boring to hear. I went to see the cathedral. It started to rain, and then it began to rain harder and harder. My group finally entered the courtyard of the cathedral. Then they all went inside the cathedral. I don't know, but this excursion seemed boring and uninteresting to me. Ina kept walking and snapping the camera. She's probably got 1,000,000 photos in there. I have already looked around and stood waiting at the entrance to the cathedral. It was still raining, but not so hard. I stood and waited, but no one from the group appeared. I thought they might have already left through the other exit. I walked slowly down the street. So I reached the place where we were dropped off the bus. I saw that there were a lot of vehicles in the parking lot. It was still raining, and I thought maybe I should go to the bus and wait for the group inside. I thought I recognized the bus. I went to the bus, but the doors were closed. The driver wasn't there. I went back and forth, but I didn't see anybody of the group. Almost an hour was passed. I didn't know what to think and where to look. Then I finally saw my group. Ina immediately attacked me with reproaches. I couldn't stand it and shouted at her not to talk to me like that. I don't know what happened to me. Whether I'm tired of waiting and boredom, or that the rain is dripping on my head. In general, I snapped. Sometimes my angelic patience comes to an end, too. Ina and I were offended by each other and did not communicate during the entire excursion, although we sat next to each other on the bus. The bus was different from the one I'd approached in the parking lot. It turns out that the bus came for the group to another parking lot. They were waiting and looking for me, and I didn't know it. And yet our guide was also to blame. He should have told us where and when we were supposed to meet before the X tour started. He didn't. After Emtisheda, we went to the Javari Monastery, one of the most remarkable examples of ancient Georgian architecture and, without exaggeration, one of Georgia's most revered monuments. The temple was built on a steep cliff, on the very edge of the cliff. From this cliff, you could see the whole of Emtisheda and the confluence of the Kura and Aragua rivers. The next point was Gori, founded by King David the Builder in the 12th century. The city located in eastern Georgia. The city takes its name from the rock formation in the center of the city, where an ancient fortress's remains situated. Gori is about 80 kilometers away by the way. Gori is the city where Joseph Stalin was born. We went to the Stalin Museum. We paid the entrance fee. There was nothing interesting in the museum. There were only photos from his reign and a few personal items. The house where he was born had been preserved in the courtyard of the museum. They are not allowed inside because the house is in a very dilapidated state. There is also a carriage in which Stalin went on business. I looked at it all and went to the bus. The driver was in place, and the bus door was open. I went in and sat down. It was raining. Gori in the center looked like a city in Soviet times, clean 5-story buildings, and paved streets. It felt that the city remembers and honors Stalin. After Gori, we had to go to one more place. Uplistiki, literally God's fortress, an ancient cave city, one of the first settlements on Georgia's territory. But before Uplistiki, we stopped at a roadside cafe. The hands of the clock were approaching 6 in the evening. I was beginning to worry. There wasn't much time left before our train should left the train station. People, from the excursion group, ordered food. It should take time to be delivered. Also, our tour was one more place, Uplistiki. My anxiety grew. I went to Ina. Although we didn't talk all day, I told her about my concern. We went to our guide and also told him about our worried. We asked if there was a way for us to leave right now, but he assured that we would make it on time. Uplistiki carved in the rock, located 12 kilometers east from Gori city on the left bank of the Mtikvari River. The city appeared in the late early I millennium BC and served as a reliable shelter for the population from frequent enemy raids. Uplistiki is a multi-layered archaeological site, one of the most famous monuments of Georgia's cultural heritage. At 6:30 p.m. we arrived at Uplistiki. We bought tickets and went to the city. It was necessary to climb the stairs, and then on a smooth inclined plane further up. Somehow quickly, the whole group, together with the guide, went forward. No one helped me overcome this obstacle, and I was afraid to do it alone. I was worried I'd start sliding and fall. It is dangerous to fall on such a journey. I hesitated, stood on the stairs for a moment, and then went back to the bus. So I paid the entrance fee to the museum for nothing. When the group returned to the bus, I could not resist telling the guide that he did not meet a guide's qualifications. He had to check whether all the tourists from the group had passed, and then go on. Before the bus started on its way back, our guide asked our driver to drop us off to the train station. The driver answered our guide angrily in Georgian. It was clear that he didn't want to do this. It was getting inexorably close to 8 o'clock, and we were still a long way from the Tbilisi. It became clear that we were late for the train. I accepted the inevitable. I thought we should stop at the train station and change ticket for the next day. Then we need to spend the night somewhere and what to do the next day. The guide called somewhere and then came up to us and said good news. Our train stands for an hour at 40 kilometers from Tbilisi. They're past the Georgian border and carried passport control out. Our guide, along with his boss, will take us to this station by car. Fortunately, we were on time. Our train was still at this station. We gave our passports for verification, and then we were invited to go to our car. We thanked the guide and the travel agency's hostess that they helped us and exchanged phone numbers, in case they needed our help. This was a good lesson for us. You can't do such experiments. Anything can happen on an X course. It was good that we were able to catch up with our train. We settled into a compartment and waited for the train to leave. Ina and I had 2 lower shelves, and the upper ones were already occupied by 2 men whose wives were traveling in another compartment. They only came to spend the night. That was good. We were alone in the compartment. Half an hour later, the officer brought our passports, and our train set off. Ina was already dozing, and I went to the toilet to wash and brush my teeth. The toilet was in the same condition as in Soviet times. Little has changed since then. I had almost finished my procedures when I heard someone knocking on the door. I opened the door and saw the guide standing there. It turns out that we have arrived at the Azerbaijani border. I went back to my compartment. After a while, a customs officer appeared in the doorway. He asked for a passport. Ina handed him her Ukrainian passport, and I, my American one with a visa. Surprisingly, I travel to all countries with my American passport without a visa, but Azerbaijan requires a visa. Fortunately, it can be obtained without hassle via the internet. The officer took the paper with the visa and said that there is a problem. It turns out that the visa opening date was July 24th, and at this moment, it was 11:30 p.m. on July 23rd. When I applied for a visa, I completely lost sight of the fact that the check will not be at the train station on arrival, but this station when entering Azerbaijan's border. I could have set any date. The officer left with handed our passports. These half hours dragged slowly until midnight, when the 24th day will come. I was worried, of course, but I was hoping for a positive outcome. Finally, the hand moved 5 minutes after midnight. The 24th day came. I thought that maybe Azerbaijan has a different time zone. I went out into the corridor and addressed the young man in Russian. In response, he asked me to speak English. It turned out that the same time zone as in Georgia. It was comforting to me. 5 minutes later, the conductor came up and said that I was invited to the first compartment. For some reason, in the corridor, all the passengers were lined up, and I walked as if through a line. In the first compartment was a customs officer. He looked at me enigmatically. I pointed to my watch with a smile and said that it was the 24th, and I was still at the border. So the problem is no longer there. The officer held his hand with the stamp in the air for a while longer, then put it on my visa paper and handed it to me along with my passport. All entrance to Azerbaijan is free. Soon the train started moving, and now we could rest to Baku. (13.7) Baku. Our train arrived in Baku for an hour and a half late. We got out of the car. Then a man accosted us with an offer to take to the hotel. I tried to talk him out of meeting us. However, I was not sure that Yulia Luda's stepdaughter would come to the station to meet us. We didn't agree specifically. We were walking along with the platform, and this guy seemed to stick to us. He was on the phone, trying to find out how to get to our hotel. Then I heard my name called from behind me. I turned and saw a bright red-haired young woman. It was Yulia. She and her husband met us. The obtrusive man realized that we were not his clients and finally got rid of us. Yulia and her husband brought us to the hotel. Julia stayed with us until we get into a room. She called the local tourist office and arranged for an ex-course guide for Ina and me for tomorrow. With a map in hand, she told us where to go today. It was clear that Yulia was a self-sufficient and active woman. She was so bright with that mass of curly red hair that I couldn't resist calling her a red beast. I really liked her. After her departure, Yulia was in a hurry to work. I washed and lay down on the bed to rest a little after a night spent on the train. I fell asleep without noticing it. Ina was probably also rested. I opened my eyes. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We didn't eat anything in the morning. We had to go out to the city. Yulia recommended a Russian restaurant, at Maria Ivanovna's. She had been there several times and liked it. We left the hotel, and in case we got lost, I filmed our hotel's immediate vicinity. Of course, we did not find the right way to the restaurant, although Yulia showed it on the map. It's always happened in an unknown place. But one convenience of our wandering, we found a bank where we could get the local currency. Finally, we found a Russian restaurant and ordered familiar food. The restaurant was decorated in the Russian style, lace curtains, hospitable bars around the samovar. The cuckoo clock strikes a greeting. But the main thing is delicious food. After we had a good dinner, we went to the Hilton Hotel, which was on the opposite side of the Russian restaurant. In this hotel on the 25th floor was a bar with a rotating floor. From this level, the panorama of the entire city was visible. We sat at a cozy table, enjoyed the ordered drinks, and took photos. After the Hilton, we went to the Seaside Boulevard. Primorsky Boulevard stretches along the embankment for many kilometers and is one of Baku residents' and tourists' most favorite places. Primorsky Boulevard has existed for several centuries and is getting bigger and bigger every year. It is now 25 kilometers long. There are many cafes, restaurants, and attractions on it. Although it was a weekday evening, the boulevard was very crowded. On one of the rides, Ina ventured to ride. She got a big shot of adrenaline. She's brave. I wouldn't dare. The sun was setting. The tower's windows reflected the sunset very beautifully, and the business center looked terrific in the light of the lights. It was dark when we returned to our room. Our hotel's location was very convenient, almost in the center of the city and a 5-minute walk from the boulevard where we have just been. The center of Baku was built up with new modern buildings of quaint architecture. All the old 5-story buildings renovated and lined with tiles. All this gives the city a well-groomed appearance. It was time to go to bed. At first, I dozed off. The TV was on, and Ina dug into her phone. But I couldn't sleep soundly. The springs of the mattress dug into my body, my jaw ached, and the TV made it difficult to sleep. It was after midnight. I went to the TV and turned it off, although Ina was not happy about it. My jaw ached. I had to drink Tylenol and treat myself using my device. I put a bedspread and blanket on the mattress and covered myself with a bathrobe. In the morning, I spoke with the administration. They promised to replace the mattress. Another mattress was brought, but it was no different from the previous one. It turns out they have mattresses of this quality throughout the hotel. We had breakfast in the restaurant on the first floor. The breakfast was hearty. Many tourists of Arab origin in the restaurant, women in hijabs, or some wholly closed except for the eyes. Yulia said that many tourists from neighboring Iran and other Muslim countries come to Baku. Azerbaijan is also a Muslim country, but it is not so radical yet. In the morning, after breakfast, we met our guide in the hotel's lobby, called a taxi, and drove to the gate of the old city. We had planned about 3 hours to visit the old town. Narrow cobbled streets, old houses, and ancient architectural monuments, but what most excites us was the excellent condition of the old town. During our journey, we had never seen such a well-maintained old town. In the old town, we visited the famous historical and architectural complex of the Palace of Shirvanshahs, built for centuries. We approached the Maiden Tower, once served as a lighthouse for sailors, and there are many legends about it. We walked along the street of mosques, the oldest of which dates back to 1078, looked into the unique, one-of-a-kind museum of miniature books, whose collection was listed in the Guinness Book of Records the largest. The guide told us and showed where and how the film, The Diamond Hand, was shot in the old city. Outside the walls, the city's life is bustling, and, in the old town, everything is quiet and calm, as it was 100 years ago. Like any modern metropolis, Baku is called the city of contrasts. It closely intertwines wealth and poverty, antiquity and modernity, residential and business areas, as well as everything related to tourism. After a walk through the old town, Ina and I decided to go to the Haydar Aliyev Center. The guide helped us call a taxi. The truth had to wait a long time. It was very hot outside, like in Texas. The construction of the Haydar Aliyev Center has a fascinating shape. The center was designed in 2007 by architect Zaha Hadid and considered one of the symbols of modern Baku. The building shaped like a wave-like upward movement and a smooth merging with the ground. This structure represents not only the postmodern style of architecture but also duration and infinity. The lines on the building symbolize the connection between the past and the future. The white color of the building symbolizes a bright future. Due to the white color, light rays move along the building's surface and emphasize the prominent parts of the building. Center named after the third president of Azerbaijan, Heydar Aliyev. The museum reflects various periods of the history of Azerbaijan, the life and work of Heydar Aliyev, and many other exhibits in the photo and video materials. Multiple aspects of Aliyev's activity, both during the Soviet period and during independence, are presented. It would take a whole week to see the entire museum, so I ran through almost all the floors superficially, because by 6 o'clock we supposed to have a meeting with Yulia in the hall where we bought tickets. The day before, she invited us to her house for tea. Yulia and her family bought a house outside the city a year ago. The house located in a park area. There is a whole town of attractions, playgrounds, a small zoo, restaurants, and just walking paths in the park. Yulia introduced us to her daughter. Her daughter is a very good girl, smart and excellent. The house is two-story in a modern style. Yulia thinks that when her father returns from prison, he and Luda and their son will live with them. But I think her expectations are in vain. Luda will not go to Azerbaijan, which means her husband and son will not go either. Our long journey is almost coming to an end. Tomorrow afternoon we fly to Kiev, Ina will be home, and I have to fly from Kiev to Zurich in a couple of days and almost immediately back to Houston. In the morning, we had breakfast at the hotel and still had enough time to go to the gift shop and buy magnets, and Ina also buys books that tell about the city in photos. At the counter, we asked how we could find a gift shop or bookstore and went outside. It was already hot outside, but still bearable. We walked and walked down the street and finally found the store we needed. We saw an attractive building across the square. It was the railway station, very close to our hotel within walking distance. I wonder how much the taxi drivers would have charged us if Yulia and her husband hadn't met us. We returned to the hotel, asked to call us a taxi and went to the airport Heydar Aliyev, 25 kilometers from the city, about 20 minutes on the way. The fare starts from 30 Azerbaijani manats. We drove through the city and once again enjoyed its views. In the last century, it was called Eastern Paris. Today, when you see Baku skyscrapers, Dubai comes to mind more often. Besides, the source of wealth for both the first and second was and still is oil. However, Baku manages to acquire a modern look in an accelerated mode, without losing the charm of an ancient city that carefully preserves the heritage of antiquity. Here modern architecture is harmoniously combined with medieval buildings. At the same time, Baku is still an eastern city, with the mysterious East's color. We drove up to the airport unnoticed. The Heydar Aliyev International Airport has two passenger terminals, International Terminal 1 and Local Terminal 2, and again, Heydar Aliyev. It is clear that Azerbaijan greatly honors the memory of its first president, and in the past, the first secretary of the Communist Party of Azerbaijan. Now his son and daughter-in-law rule. The Aliyev clan seized power in the country. The people of Azerbaijan have different attitudes to this. While the country has enough petrodollars, the situation is more or less calm. But recently, the quality of life has been getting a little worse. So the driver who took us to the airport said this. We needed Terminal 1. At the entrance, there was the first baggage check, so a queue formed at the entrance. But the wait was short-lived. Terminal 1 was rebuilt on the site of the old one. The four-story engineering concept in the form of a triangle with a translucent roof from the inside was developed in 2010 by Arup. The terminal was commissioned in April 2014. The total area of 65,000 square meters. Today, the terminal serves up to 3 million passengers per year. There was no check-in yet for our flight, and we sat down on comfortable sofas while waiting for it. We had an hour and a half to spare. Then the registration was announced, and we went to the counter. Ina was the first to submit her passport. The clerk at the counter said that since the ticket was not pre-registered over the internet, she must pay an additional $25 for registration. Ina got into an argument with the clerk. How and why? It turns out that there is a new law that if you do not register a ticket on the company's website in advance, you pay extra for registration at the airport. For Ina, this was a painful question. To avoid paying for luggage, she especially took a light bag and carried it with her to the plane. And here's such a bummer. At our request to clarify this, their chief came to us and pointed to the billboard where this new rule and the company's website's address was written. I tried to connect to the airport's internet and frantically search for the address of the specified site in the search engine. Ina's phone was full of photos, and the internet didn't turn on at all. We both bent over my phone. It was hard to click on the right buttons in such a hectic environment. And when we finally got to the right page, it turned out that the registration had already ended. Unfortunately, I had to pay this additional $25. It turned out that the payment should not be made to the check-in, but at the counter next to it. There was already a crowd. There were a lot of people like us. We got to the counter, but it turns out that payment is accepted only in local currency. We need to go to the center of the hall, where there were exchange offices. We ran there with our suitcases. I also had to pay extra for my luggage. All this fun cost me $90. Yes, Ukrainian Airlines and Baku Airport cost me a lot. Ina had another reason to worry. It turned out that she had ordered tickets using an American passport, and presented to check in her Ukrainian passport. When the clerk asked if she had another passport, Ina rudely told her that, like, what it matters. This tone surprised and offended the woman at the counter, and she gave Ina an e-ticket, without asking anything else, and quietly said, "There are such rude people." We passed passport control safely. Ina even forgot to give me a souvenir set of Riga balsam in my luggage and took it with her to the plane in a bag. A young woman and a little girl were sitting next to me on the plane. The girl behaved wonderfully well and slept most of the way. They were from Israel, on vacation in Baku, and now they were flying to Kiev to meet all their relatives. The plane was crowded with children, and people were running around the cabin, shouting and clamoring. I've never had such a bad flight before. Thank God it didn't last that long. Finally, our plane landed at Borispol Airport, and we were released. Ina ordered a taxi on the phone. We waited a long time for a taxi. For some reason, Ina doesn't use an Uber taxi, although it is fast and convenient. Finally, our taxi arrived, and we went to Kiev. Ina lives on the left bank of the Dnieper, in Bereznyaki, which was once a village, but now is built up with high-rise buildings and has become one of Kiev's districts. 13.8. Kiev, return to home. So I'm back in Kiev. How many years has it been since I was here? In 2012 traveled to Donetsk. Before that in the winter of 2003, when I had a problem with my visa, and even earlier in 2000, together with Liz and Evelyn. Mostly I was on the right bank and never on the left bank of the Dnieper. The left bank was a completely new place for me. We arrived safely at Ina's home. It was a 9-story building, an apartment on the 6th floor. Similar multi-story buildings surround the building. The complex has a playground and a small park. Cars pass along the narrow paths between the structures from time to time, so you need to walk carefully. Ulyana was waiting for us on a bench near the entrance. She arrived from Lvov in the morning. I was glad to see her again. I planned to stay in Kiev for a few days, and Ina suggested that Ulyana and I stay with her. Ulyana, as then in Odessa, again prepared a lot of food. But Ina decided to invite us to a Georgian restaurant, across the street close to the lake. It was already dark, and the lake was not visible, but you could feel a lot of water nearby. The name of this lake was Telbin, which we will be able to see in daylight. The next morning in Kiev, we met with rain. But while we were having breakfast and getting ready, the rain stopped, and the sun came out. We went to downtown. It was a long way from Ina. First, we went on the bus, and then on the subway. Ulyana wanted to see the Memorial of the Heavenly Hundred. The Memorial of the Heavenly Hundred in Kiev was established for Euromaidan's second anniversary in honor of the dead protesters. The monument located on the square where demonstrators clashed with the authorities back in February 2014. Next to the stand, this has the inscription, "We see everything. Heavenly Hundred." There are photos of heroes who gave their lives for the Ukrainian people's better fate. The dead activists are now called the Heavenly Hundred, and the events, called Euromaidan, ended with a change of power. Yanukovych secretly fled from Kiev to Russia. The alley of the Heavenly Hundred originates from Independence Square, opposite the House of Trade Unions and up Institutskaya Street. We went all the way down this alley, and in the end, we saw a small church that was built in honor of the heroes. Now they are raising funds for the construction of a large church. Ulyana was very excited by what she saw. As a true patriot of Ukraine, she is worried about all the events taking place in Ukraine. Seeing this memorial was very important to her. Then Ina took us to St. Michael's Cathedral. We went up the steep street to Vladimir Hill, but it turned out that there were many people there, and it was impossible to pass this way to the cathedral. On this day, a procession was held in Kiev, which is timed to the 1030 anniversary of Kiev Rus's baptism. We had to go back and go another way. We went to St. Michael's Cathedral. I have been near this cathedral before and even recorded the music of the bells on tape. Ina admired this cathedral, said that there is a powerful energy. Unfortunately, I didn't feel anything. On Mikhailovskaya Square there is a monument to Princess Olga. The composition consists of the central statue of Princess Olga and the surrounding figures of the Apostle Andrew on the left, and the Holy Enlighteners Cyril and Methodius on the right. At this time, I got a call from Nina, an old friend of mine. We met when we were very young and have maintained our relationship throughout our lives. Before the trip, I wrote her a note via her son on Facebook. There I wrote Ina's phone number, which we could contact. We agreed to meet. There was still time before the meeting, and we decided to walk across the square to the other side and see the St. Sophia Church and the monument to Bohdan Khmelnytsky. Soon Nina drove up. I don't think she's changed at all. She looked the same as she had 6 years ago. We decided to celebrate the meeting in an ice cream parlor. We sat down at a table and looked at the menu. The prices were not suitable for my companions. For me, they are ordinary. And even when I told them that I was treating everyone, they didn't agree. We decided to go to Kreshchatek Street. Maybe we will find something suitable there. We found a kiosk on Kreshchatek, bought ice cream, and sat down on a boulevard bench. Nina was telling her family news. The news was not good. Her son Alyosha participated in the war in the Donbass, and his closest friend was killed in front of him. He returned home with a crippled soul. He was deeply depressed, suffered from insomnia, and now sleeps all day and night. He is not interested in anything at all, neither his daughter nor his wife. Poor Nina. She's had problems all her life. But she's good. She's a tough fighter, withstands all the blows of fate. So we sat and talked. Time passed, and we had to go back to Ina's home. Unfortunately, Nina was going to go to the dacha tomorrow. Will I see you again? I regretted that we had not thought to take a picture together. In Kiev, I wanted to visit my other friends, but I was tied up. I was staying with Ina, which means I was dependent. And I had to talk to Ulyana. The next day, we spent on the lake. I didn't want to go to the center of Kiev. I'm just tired of this long journey and wanted to rest. It was sunny and warm. We put on our swimsuits, took our bedding, and went to the lake to sunbathe. Ulyana again was too shy to undress. She found a bench under a tree in the park and began to enjoy the warmth and sun in the evening. We walked along the embankment. The next morning I flew to Zurich. We called me a taxi the day before. The driver was a talkative ex-military man. He started talking about politics and believes that former President Yanukovych was a good man and better to live in Ukraine under him. I did not enter into a controversy. I don't like political discussions for a long time. I was filled them in the days of the Soviet Union. I said goodbye to Ina and Ulyana. Ulyana had a train in the evening. And she is going to spend another day in Kiev. Everything went smoothly at the airport. Knowing about the new rule, I registered in advance and therefore did not pay anything for the registration, and for the luggage, too. In Zurich, I had booked a hotel near the airport. I had a morning flight to Houston the next day. I settled down in the hotel, had lunch in the hotel restaurant, and long thought about going for a walk somewhere. While I was thinking, the evening came, and I decided that I would rest better before the long flight. The return flight to America was routine. This time I had a neighbor of Asian appearance. Her English was weak, and I had no desire to communicate. We flew in the day, catching up with time. There was an intermediate landing in Atlanta, and there was also passport control. I landed in Houston late that night and was back at my house an hour later. My big trip is over. The journey was exciting, and each city was impressive in its own way. That's what I said when I was asked about my trip to passport control in Zurich. Epilogue. So I begin the last part of my story. which I started 24 years ago when I came to the United States and married Greg. One of the usual evenings I had the idea to start writing my memoirs. These 24 years here have passed like a flash. I wrote this book for so long because it was a different event that pushed the work on the memoirs to a distant corner. In 2016, due to falling oil and gas prices, our company closed projects, and I lost my job. To fill the void, I took up tutoring, and, most importantly, I decided to finish my story finally. It is my whole life, the life of my family, relatives, and friends. When I recalled and described my life events, it was as if I were reliving it all. I never thought that memory is so alive and capacious. I have written all my life's events in 4 chapters. In the first chapter, I wrote about childhood and school years. Secondly, the Institute's everyday life and development as a professional. The third is dedicated to my adult life. Marriage, the birth of a daughter. In the fourth, I described moving to the United States and living in another country. I wanted to stop there. But life makes its adjustments. There were some events that I want to add to my story. My daughter bought a house, and I moved in with her. We've been saying that it would be nice to live close to each other for a long time. I was getting older, and even though God did not hurt my health, it became more difficult for me to cope with all the necessary work around the house and in the yard. The yard is large, many fruit trees, a vegetable garden, a swimming pool, and lawn maintenance all required care and a lot of work, and especially it was hard in the Houston heat. Yes, and the high financial costs needed for all this. In general, the question of moving was in the air. But the question remained open while Dasha was studying at the university. In the spring of 2018, Dasha finished her training and began to solve buying a house. She was looking for a home in downtown Houston. The houses in that area are costly. I tried to convince her to look for something further from the center. But do young people listen? Evelyn also moved to live and work in Houston. In Austin, she lived in her father's house, but it was inconvenient for her. After the divorce from Dasha, Michael, through the internet, met a woman who was also originally from Donetsk, but at that time was trying to get a job in Moscow. Michael was on the same page again. Strange man. He was creating problems for himself still. Instead of getting to know a woman already living in the United States and living in their pleasure, he invited a woman from abroad, a questionable past woman. This woman had already lived in Thailand, a hotbed of free relationships, and had a child there. Who was the father of this child? Unclear. But the boy, judging by the photo, is not quite a simple inheritance. I even said that when he became an adult, he would twist Michael's head off. Michael doesn't know what he's doing. No longer a boy, he had already passed the 50-year mark, and he could have grown wiser, but alas. Michael doesn't think the age difference between him and this woman is about 20 years. It's still a big difference. Wow, these men with their big ego. In the summer of 2018, this woman received a visa for the bride and came to Austin with her 6-year-old son. She had 3 months to formalize her marriage to Michael, but they married almost on the very last week of the visa expiration. It was clear that there was no love there, but the only marriage of convenience. This woman had something to win. I want to say, Michael, why are you so stupid? It was difficult for Evelyn to live with them. In his euphoria of a new marriage, the father ignored his daughter, and she suffered greatly from this. I told Dasha to help Evelyn find a job in Houston. And so it turned out. Dasha helped her daughter find a place in the bank where she worked. In November, Evelyn moved to Houston and began living with Dasha in a rented apartment. Maria lived with me in the house, but it was obvious that she was jealous that Evelyn was living with her mother, and she was again at a distance. In my opinion, this resentment was somewhere deep in her soul since she was a child. It's a pity. This bad feeling only interferes with a healthy life. One weekend in December, Maria went to visit Dasha as usual. The three of them went to look at the houses. One of them seemed very suitable for our family. It is a townhome, 2 houses connected by a common wall, 3 floors, and a small courtyard. There are 2 rooms on the first floor, on the second the entire open area, kitchen, dining room, living room. On the 3rd floor, there are 3 bedrooms. Dasha called me and asked me to come and see the house. I liked the house. On the 1st floor in one of the rooms I can organize my office with a pyramid, and in the second, my bedroom. Each member of the family had a private place, a great layout. The only thing that bothered me was the cost of the house. Dasha and the girls liked the house and its location very much. I didn't stand in their way. Dasha thought that she would be able to pay the monthly cost of the loan. Evelyn and I were going to be financially involved, too. All documents for the purchase of the house were issued in the shortest possible time. Marvelously, on the 31st of December 2018, the purchase of the home was completed. We celebrated the New Year 2019, still in my house. As usual, all our friends and relatives were there. Raising a toast to the new year, Dasha announced the purchase of a house. It was her first home to buy on her own. I understood her, and in her heart, she was very proud of it. In mid-January, Dasha and the girls moved to a new home. I was left alone in my house again. I had a big task to prepare the house for sale. First, it was necessary to move my office and the pyramid to a new location. Then think about what furniture to move to the new house, and what to sell. I would like to take all my furniture to a new house because I chose and furnished my home with love. But alas, I was no longer alone, and I had to consider the tastes of other family members. The rooms in my house were painted in different colors. The realtor advised painting everything in one color. At first, I didn't even want to think about it, too much work. But on reflection, I listened to the advice of a professional. I couldn't lift it all by myself. I thought that it would be expensive for me to hire workers, but it's worth finding an assistant. I decided to talk to Rita and offer her son Maxim this job. He hasn't worked anywhere yet, and the extra money won't hurt him, but it will cost me less. The color of the paint I decided to choose the same as the originally painted. But how do I make this? I got some excellent advice from my friend Luda. It was necessary to cut out a piece of the wall somewhere in the corner, bring it to the store, and determine the composition of the paint by scanning. It was just unbelievable. The paint color was with 100% match. Yes, electronic technology has moved far ahead. 2 weeks later, the walls inside the house were pristine. I also hired Artyom, as I called him, as my assistant and right-hand man in all chores that require men's hands. He and his assistant washed the outside of the house and the asphalt. There were still 2 big jobs left: cleaning the pool and changing the front door to the backyard. I had a dog door cut out of the old door. You can't sell a house with a door like that. The workers came to clean the pool. It was interrupted by my work, and I decided to use this time to groom and tidying my dog Molly. I used to cut her hair at the dog salon. I had to do this several times a year. It's hot in Houston in the summer, and I cut Molly's fur to zero. The fur grew quickly, and the groom cost about $90. I've always joked that the groom costs more than my hairdresser. 2 years ago, when I picked up Molly after the groom, she could not stand on her hind legs, which were already hurting, and her front legs either. During grooming, dogs usually stand on the lift during the entire process. I realized that this was already a lot of work for Molly. She was in her 12th year at the time. Dogs of the Airedale Terrier breed live up to a maximum of 15 years. It was painful to watch Molly grow old. We no longer went to the dog park on weekends, even stopped our daily walks around the area. Recently, she was no longer holding urine. She never urinated in the house, and then it started to happen. Her beautiful, clear eyes were beginning to have cataracts. Her fur hung in clumps and smelled of urine. In this state, I couldn't take her to a new home. The men were working in the pool, and I decided to groom Molly. She had to stand all the time, although it was difficult for her to do so. I begged her to be patient because she can't go to a new house so dirty. Finally, grooming was over, and I let her go out. She's always so friendly. She doesn't even pay attention to working men. Apparently, this grooming process was a great difficulty for her. The men finished their work in the pool and turned on the water. It was Wednesday. The pool was filled with water all Thursday. During all Thursday, Molly laid inside. I put food in her bowl, but she didn't eat much. The pool was fully filled on Thursday evening, and I turned off the water before going to bed. Molly was still lying on the rug. In the middle of the night, I woke up and looked out the window and saw something black floating in the pool. I thought it was probably leaves that had fallen from the palm tree that grows next to the pool. In the morning, when it was light, I looked out the window again, and that black thing floating in the pool was my Molly. She wasn't alive. I grabbed the phone and, sobbing into the receiver, shouted to Dasha that Molly was dead in the pool. Dasha arrived. We dug a grave in the yard next to a grapefruit tree and buried Molly, who had been shorn the day before and washed in the pool. She didn't move to a new house. She stayed in the house where we lived happily for 13 years. This happened on the 8th of March. My dear beloved friend, may you rest in peace and be happy in another world shrouded in such a mystery. My furry friend's love was the purest and lightest, which is very difficult to find among people. People love each other for something and expect something from love. But love an animal is just love without any expectation. In my favorite house now, I became very lonely and began to accelerate its sale events. Put a new door. Dasha and Evelyn planted flowers and tomatoes in the garden. And a couple of days later, my realtor invited a photographer. We took photos and videos. On the same day that the house was put up for sale, just in half an hour, the first customers appeared who my house buyers became. This was not yet on the market. It can be recorded in the Guinness Book of Records to carry out the sale in the first half hour. The house was in good condition. There is an orchard, a swimming pool, and a vegetable garden in the yard. The paperwork took a month. I officially signed the documents on May 13th, and the buyers on May 14th. I write these lines a month after the house's sale, and I cannot believe that other people are living in my house. Unfortunately, you have to get used to it. I've changed many places in my life, but I've never grieved more for any of them than I did for this one on Sunset Street in Katy. This was my home. The only thing that warms me now is that I don't feel lonely when I go to bed. My family is next to me. Life is a long road on which everything was resentments, love, tears, and disappointments. Life gave me meetings with different people, enriched me with experience and wisdom, and gave me a good smart daughter and 2 granddaughters. And most importantly, life has given me the experience of living not only in the country where I was born but also in another country where many people seek. The United States of America. I do not get tired of thanking fate, which gave us such a great gift, because we came to the United States from Donetsk, where the war began in 2014. I hope that my memoirs will be read by my current and future relatives one day and it will be attractive to them. Some names and localities have been changed, but all events are real. Life goes on. And there will be many more significant and maybe even minor incidents. We'll see. The end of the second book.